Okay, so good day, everyone. So thanks for joining us for Angular Virtual Conference, second edition of it, and I hope you guys are staying safe. So first of all, thanks for joining on this Saturday. We appreciate your interest, showing your support towards our community. So today, we have around 12 speakers delivering various talks on focused on Angular, NgRx, etc. And so this is going to be live, and if you have any questions in the comments, you can post it in the comments section. Like, we'll pick it up at the end of the session. If you have any questions, just raise it up in the comments. So today, we have Minko, he'll be delivering the keynote for our Angular Virtual Conference 2022. So over to you, Minko.
Hello, everyone. My name is Minko Gechev. Let me make my screen a little bit better for presenting purposes. My name is Minko Gechev. I'm leading developer relations for the Angular team at Google. I'm really excited to be presenting at this virtual conference and sharing with you a couple of insights on where the Angular team is currently, what technology we have been building, and where we're heading. I'm going to share a couple of stories about AngularJS in the past, how it transitions to Angular, and what is the current state of the framework. But before going into the future, let us take a step back and look at Mountain View in 2009. Mountain View, California, it is not much far away from where I am right now. There's about maybe 30, 40 miles. And so that was the place where Mishko Hevery, my former colleague, and Igor Minar, they released the very first version of the AngularJS website. It looks something like that. The first version of the AngularJS website was getangular.com, and the framework looked like nothing like the Angular you're familiar with currently. It had similar primitives for development of UI. For example, it had directives. It had a concept of declarative UI creation, but in general, it was quite different. However, Mishko took one of the internal Google projects back then called Google Feedback, and he rewrote it for about 3 weeks from 17,000 lines of code to about 1,500. This was more than 10 times reduction of the source code size. And this was one of the proofs for Google that AngularJS needs to be a separate product in the product line of the company. This happened around October 2010. And I believe most of you who are currently watching this event, you know what is the relationship between AngularJS and Angular. AngularJS is a framework that our team originally developed and released in 2010, and Angular is kind of the successor of Angular, a new framework inspired by the concepts of AngularJS, but built from scratch with new technologies and stepping on the foundation of its ancestor, but aligned with the future of the web. So this is what happened in 2016. I was, in fact, on this event in Mountain View, but I'll tell you more about it in a little bit. So in 2016, the team started the transition of the community from AngularJS to Angular. Back then, I wasn't part of the team, unfortunately, but I believe the folks who were there did a great job with ng upgrades and guidance on how people can migrate their applications from AngularJS to Angular. This couldn't, unfortunately, happen for months or years, and there are still some folks who are running their application on AngularJS, but there is a clear path forward. When this path forward was well established, the team reconsidered the long-term support of AngularJS, because ideally our goal is to move everyone to the newest and greatest technology, Angular. So back then, in 2018, we extended the long-term support of AngularJS to 3.5 years. And the end of life of the framework was set to be December 31st, 2021. So as of today, we are discontinuing the support of AngularJS. This doesn't impact Angular users in general, and the implications on AngularJS users are not too dramatic, as you may think. I know many of you are probably building AngularJS applications right now. And no, AngularJS is not going to go anywhere. It is still going to exist on GitHub, but we're going to archive the repository, so it is in a read-only mode. The code will continue to be available on npm, Bower, and CDN, and the documentation is going to be online. We're strongly recommending to people to move from AngularJS to Angular, because we will no longer be publishing security and browser incompatibility fixes for AngularJS. So I would recommend you to use ng upgrades to move your applications from AngularJS to Angular. But in case you don't have the bandwidth for this, we can also work with some of our partners from xlts.dev or Perforce. But before we move forward with Angular, let me just take a moment to express my gratitude to AngularJS, because it pretty much paved the path for the modern web. Even though AngularJS was kind of born before NPM became mainstream and really existed in the capacity it does exist today, as of today, AngularJS has over 115 million downloads in the node package registry. And it has billions of CDN hits, because that was back then the way most folks were consuming libraries, just using the centralized CDN provided by the library holders. It also inspired millions of developers. I'm an example for this. Back when AngularJS was released, I was still at university. I was studying at Sofia University, and thanks to reading the source code of AngularJS, that's how I learned design patterns. That's how I learned some of the foundational computer science algorithms, such as depth-first search, by understanding how resolution of providers works. It was a lot of fun. And when we announced the end of life of AngularJS, many folks expressed such a nostalgic feelings that AngularJS was the way they got introduced to web development. Also, the framework introduced many technical concepts to the modern software engineering community. A couple of examples, for example, are a semantic versioning, which was very heavily inspired by AngularJS. Modern repositories were not as common as they are today before AngularJS made them mainstream. We have the same with dependency injection, and even with building user interfaces as composition of directives or components. At the very beginning, when AngularJS was born, there were a couple of very foundational principles that we were following. We want to eliminate the boilerplate. You can see that today in modern Angular as well. We want to eliminate boilerplate with schematics, and we also want to keep your code dry, or do not repeat yourself by encapsulating common abstractions with components, directives, pipes, and services. We also introduce structure of your applications so that they're pretty much the same across projects. Most Angular applications are following pretty much the same structure that is described by the Angular style guides, and is also enforced by the Angular CLI with schematics. And also testability. These are all principles that are common between Angular and its ancestor now, AngularJS. So Angular is staying in its core the same, following the best software engineering practices. And they were introduced in 2016 on this event in Mountain View that I want to talk to you about. So in 2016, I also moved from my home country, Bulgaria, which is about 10,000 kilometers from where I'm right now, to San Francisco. That was about a month before Angular got released, and I remember I was participating on the event in Mountain View, where the team was making this big announcement that Angular is finally out of beta, and it is going to become in general availability. That was a really exciting moment. I remember all the balloons and all the excitement of all the attendees there. And since then, Angular grew a lot. Originally, it had 0 downloads on NPM, and now it has about 3 million weekly downloads. And throughout this growth, it changed a lot. And it changed not only itself, but it changed the lives of many individuals and also collectives. I'm an example for this. I started contributing to Angular very early on, and I noticed an opportunity to enable tooling for verification of best practices, so I developed Codalyzer. This is one of the tools for static code analysis of Angular applications, which was the standard before ESLint. The team discovered this tool and introduced it as part of the Angular CLI, and also Google started using it. I also wrote a book about Angular, so that's how the team decided to hire me to lead their developer relations team. And that's only one of the hundreds or thousands of stories of individuals who went through similar changes in their lives thanks to Angular. Another story. 2 years after I moved from Bulgaria to San Francisco, I started organizing the Angular San Francisco meetup so I can make friends. Because, well, I know Angular. I want to meet other people who know Angular, and I want us to collaborate together and have something in common. A company back then called ClickUp reached out to me and said, well, we're using Angular for our product, and I see that you're organizing Angular San Francisco. Can we buy you beer? And I was like, sure, yeah, let's do that. Let's get beer for everyone, and we'll announce you as our sponsor. So these folks arrived on the event. They looked like a really well-built team with branded purple hoodies. And that was the very first time when I got introduced to ClickUp. About 2 years later, they reached out to me again, asking me how they can scale their application because they have raised $400 million Series C funding, building their application with Angular. That was a huge transformation from 0 to 400 million, and they have over 500 million of funding. And that was a big transformation for my personal life as well, moving from Bulgaria, coming here and leading the developer relations team. So that is a very powerful story of how open source can create such a symbiotic environment where the technology is helping out people build applications for their customers that their customers love to use. And also these folks helping the technology to grow better over time. As of today, Angular has over 400 million downloads on NPM, and it has 2.1 million public dependent repositories. These are only the public dependent repositories because there are so many more that are private, which unfortunately we don't have data for. But this is still a good signal for a healthy open source ecosystem. So over the past couple of years, we made a lot of changes, not only in the product itself, but also in the structure of our team. About a year ago, I believe, or actually less than a year ago, Sarah Dressner, who is one of the very prominent personalities in the JavaScript community, she now leads Google Developer Web at Google. So she's our engineering director. And Madlena leads the engineering team for Angular. And thanks to these two people and also all the folks in the Angular team, we have the opportunity to collaborate with many other people and teams within Google. One of the biggest and most important products in the company is Bazel. It is very important because it builds all the tens of billions of lines of code that we have at Google. It allows us to scale our build process from couple of engineers to over 60,000 engineers, as many as we are at Google right now. So we're using Bazel to build Angular, and we're also making sure that we're dogfooding it enough so that we can ensure that if your application starts scaling to hundreds of thousands of lines of code, you can go to this trusted scalable path with Bazel. We're also working very closely with the Chrome Web SDK team. We're part of the Chrome Aurora effort, where we're helping define core web vitals, and also we're working with the Chrome team to make sure that Angular aligns with these core web vitals better. For example, we have been working together on resource inlining. Now we're exploring opportunity for developing a very optimized image component. And as you know, Google is also very heavily invested in machine learning. And one of the manifestations of machine learning in JavaScript is TensorFlow.js. We have been working with TensorFlow to make machine learning accessible through the browser by using Angular. For example, binding to a pipe that implements natural language processing, or implementing predictive prefetching machine learning pipeline with MapReduce. These are all technologies that are already available online, and if you're interested, you can find them with a simple Google search or ask me about them. Same with Firebase. We have been working with these folks on efficient deployments to Firebase hosting and also Firestore bindings as well. So this is how Angular is bringing you together, bringing you along for the ride for the evolution of the framework. First of all, it comes with best practices that are learned by thousands of engineers at Google and scalable path, since this is one of the main requirements for technologies at Google. We also have a large community, and we're very thankful for that. Thanks to everyone who has contributed to Angular in whatever way you feel comfortable with, by answering Stack Overflow questions, organizing events such as the conference today, or contributing to the framework source code. And we have also NgUpdate to keep you up to date with the latest improvements that we're doing. Talking about NgUpdate, let us look at what's new in Angular version 13. So first of all, DevTools. We released Angular DevTools in 2020 at Google I/O. But last week, we finally merged it in the Angular repository. So it is with way better integration with framework and makes the contribution to DevTools also way easier. You can find the source code of DevTools under github.com/Angular, and you can install it from this URL right here, Google/Angular-DevTools. Another effort that we have been working on for a bit is our extended diagnostics of the Angular compiler. Now you'll be able to verify type checking and also some common pitfalls, such as making sure that you're using the correct banana-in-a-box syntax. Also, there is a check for knowledge coalescing. So if you don't need knowledge coalescing, our Angular language service, through the extended diagnostics, is going to recommend you to remove it. We invested a lot in improving the accessibility of Angular components. And this varies from better tab control to better contrast ratios. You can find more details about this on the link here on the slides in the blog post by Emma. One bigger change that we did in version 13 is to remove Internet Explorer 11 support. And this enabled us to do a lot of things. For example, remove unnecessary polyfills and also introduce CSS variables to your libraries. This is now possible for you. That is one of the main blockers for us to take advantage of the latest improvements that came to the web platform and were not available because we were officially supporting this legacy browser. Now we are also recommending you to use the use keyword when importing style sheets in Sass rather than import, so that you can have more efficient dependency graph. The Angular community introduced quite a few features in Angular version 13 as well. Some of the most prominent ones are enabling and disabling validators dynamically in forms. Specifically, when you set the validator to be no, you're disabling it, and alternatively, you can enable it. We're also enabling better history restore after cancellation, more ergonomic service worker API, and new events in the router when folks attach or detach the router outlet. As part of these processes, we also want to improve the visibility in the community of larger efforts. So about a year and a half or 2 years ago, we introduced our Angular feature requests process and the RFC, request for comment processes. We extended the RFC process now to go a couple of phases further. Once someone in the team has a very big idea that is going to be with big public API impact, they first write a design document that they share with the rest of the team. After that, we all go through the design document, we read what the changes, what the proposed solution is, and we pass it to our Google developer experts for a review as well. This is a group of about 140 people, and they have a look at the public implications and they advise us on whether we should move forward with this proposal and in what capacity. After we update the proposal based on GD's feedback, we're making a public announcement and a discussion and reaching out to individual communities. A couple of the proposals that went through this process are the persistent build caching, that is now part of Angular version 13, which means that you have way faster builds, about 85% faster, depending on the cache hits. A couple of other improvements we did in version 13 are test environment teardowns. So you're leaking fewer DOM elements and you have more memory and computationally efficient tests. We removed View Engine. This was a big change for us. So we removed our previous rendering and compilation pipeline. You can no longer create applications with it, and you'll be using a way more efficient path. So that was a big update on our side. We invested in optimizing global scripts with ES-Build so that we can speed up the build pipeline further, and we also moved our build optimizer to a Babel transform, which introduced about 20% faster builds. If you want to learn more about version 13 and all the improvements we did there, you can check this video by Mark, which is when you go to youtube.com/Angular, that's going to be the first result there. All right, so if you want to take advantage of all these improvements, all you need to do is just run ng-update, and it is going to tell you what steps you need to perform from there and perform most of these steps automatically for you. But a couple of larger scope changes that we're planning for the near future are better typings for reactive forms. This was the most demanded issue by folks, and we're happy to announce that we're finally moving forward with it. We have a path that is going to enable people to gradually update their typings and make them stricter. We closed the RFC, so the next step is to implement it, and we're currently planning to implement it in version 14. Another massive change is the proposal for standalone components, directives, and pipes. This is going to make the ng models concept less important. It is going to allow you to delay introducing ng modules to your applications, and rather than using them, just directly build your application entirely with components. These are only two of the larger scale efforts. If you're interested in what we'll be working on next, I would recommend you to check NgRx/roadmap. Well, this is everything I had for you today as updates. I would love to answer your questions in the chat, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Yeah, thanks, Minko. So I think we got a question from Hariharan, like any plans to improve Universal? Like in next days, there are a lot of APIs, especially for doing SSR. What are the plans for SSR going forward?
Yep. So in Angular, we have the server-side rendering called Universal that has different engines, and we're recommending the Express engine. Currently, it is not built in as part of the default setup that comes in with Angular CLI. We have had many discussions whether we want to enable it the same way that Next.js does. And currently, we're kind of leaning towards moving this direction, but we're still on hold because many people don't need server-side rendering for their apps. We're planning some further improvements in Universal. We have been exploring hydration, for example, but it is still very early for us to communicate anything without even having a public RFC. There are some improvements coming up there because Universal and server-side rendering are a very important part of rendering in modern frameworks nowadays.
Okay. So one more question from Aditya, like will the new image component you mentioned arrive in V14?
Yeah, that's a good question. I assume that it is not going to land in version 14. There are some components, though, that implement similar functionality where we work with the community pretty much to have this already available. You can experiment with. You can check Ant Design. Their image component has similar optimizations that you can use today. The image component that we're planning to build together with Project Aurora, this is going to be official part of the framework, and it is also going to come in together with a bunch of conformance checks, for example, with our extended template diagnostics. But it's hard to commit to a timeline. I would guess it's probably going to land this year, but might not be available by version 14.
Okay. And we have one more question from Pandian, like any updates regarding PWA and service workers with Angular?
Yeah, the updates that I shared, we have more ergonomic APIs in version 13, community contributions primarily. Let me know if there is any particular feature that you would want to see, and I can propose it for prioritization.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are all the questions, Minko.
All right. Yeah, if you have any other questions, you can mention me on Twitter at @mgechev, and we can have a public discussion there as well.
Yeah, thanks, Minko. Thanks for coming to a committee and giving a keynote. So thanks for your support.
Sure, yeah. Thank you very much for having me, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the event.
Yeah, thanks, Minko. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, next session is by Bharath. He'll be talking about configurable CTAs the Angular way. So he's a front-end developer and Angular enthusiast. And yeah, you can, if you have any questions regarding this session, you can raise it in the comment section. So over to you, Bharath.
Hi, hey Suhas. Thanks a lot for that wonderful introduction.
Yeah.
Hey, hi everyone. I hope everyone is doing good. I hope everyone is taking care of themselves and the loved ones in these difficult times. And thanks for joining with me today. I start sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Great. I hope my screen is currently visible.
Yes, Bharath.
So, yeah, thank you so much. So, hello everyone. It's good to be back to NG Kerala. This is my second event with NG Kerala. It's always good to be back here. And in fact, NG Kerala, in which Kerala stands for the southern state of India. I am actually from Kerala, so it actually feels really good to be coming back here. And yeah, like it is already discussed, we will be discussing about CTA, configurable CTA buttons in Angular. And what are CTAs, right? Let's begin with thinking about what are CTAs. Let's not really worry about the actual definition of CTAs. Rather, when I say CTA, all I mean is a button, a call to action button that does an action, right? So anything that does an action in your application, maybe you can call them CTAs, right? So setting that context, let's move ahead. Before we jump into anything, let me introduce myself. As Suhas had already mentioned, my name is Bharath, and I have been working with Angular for quite some time now, learning, sharing, uh, pretty much. And I'm currently working as a front-end developer at Sportdraft, where we are making a world-class end-to-end contract management platform. On a side note, we are hiring. So if anybody is looking for a challenging, Angular heavy growing team, do reach out to me or anyone for that matter. We'll be more than happy to have you on board. With that being said, let's go ahead with the implementation of what we are going to do today. Before which, I actually like to give a disclaimer that by no means what we are going to do today is recommending any best practices. Mostly the things that we are going to cover today are experiments that we have done in our team and myself and contribution of a lot of people and mostly experiments. So take everything I say with a pinch of salt, right? Great. So with all that said, let's now go to what we are here for today. So the whole discussion going forward is actually divided into two parts, right? So we have a service that we are going to create, which is going to be responsible for the action that the button is supposed to take. And then we have a directive, which kind of wraps everything together. At this point, let's say that, right? We learn as we go, right? So in fact, before we jump into this, maybe we'll just see what a button that I'm talking about, right? In my screen, you can see a button that opens a modal, right? It does nothing but opens a modal. So this is what a CTA button that I'm talking about, right? It does some action, in this case, opening a modal. It could be anything from making an API call, downloading a file, sending an email to anything, right? So with that being said, I think we can go ahead and start with the action service. Let's let's lay out the high level objectives that we're going to tackle in this, right? So why do we need a service? and what the service is going to be responsible for, right? So firstly, the service is going to define the action that the button is going to take place, right? So when you click a button, in the previous example that I shown, opens a modal, right? So service will be responsible in controlling the whole action itself, opening a modal, sending an email or whatsoever, right? And secondly, that's going to be the primary responsibility of our action. And secondly, the secondary responsibility of the button of the action is going to be providing configurations to the button itself, right? Visibility of the button, if the button is disabled or not, showing tooltip to the button, all that configurations will live in the action itself. So to summarize, the button is going to have two responsibilities. One to fire the action itself, next to provide the configurations to configure the button, right? So let's before we actually creating the button service itself, let's create an abstract class that simply layouts how our actions are going to be. Because like I said, it's going to be not one action or one button that we are looking into. We have multiple actions, multiple buttons that perform multiple actions. So to have an abstract class would make sense, and also it would give you an idea of what the service is actually doing. In this case, it's going to have fire action, and it's also going to provide the configurations. Fire action is simply going to be a method that returns an observable, and the get config is actually an observable that returns the action config. How the action config looks like at this point, it simply provides information about if the button is disabled and if the hint text is basically the tooltip text, right? You can extend this action service as much as you want. You can add properties like visibility, you can add properties of anything that you want to do, maybe a property to show or not show the tooltip at all, right? So you can add any configuration that you want to this, and that should be available in the service level from the get config method, right? That makes sense, right? Right. So this here is an example of a service that we created out of the base action service, right? So we created a send action service. Okay, before I go ahead, we are actually not be doing live coding today, since I have a pretty heavy code to write. I thought it's better to have snippets in the slides. Otherwise, it would cross 30 minutes limit. So yeah. So here we created the action service from the base action service, and like we said, we are going to have the fire action method and the get config method. And in this case, the action that the send action service is going to perform is simply getting a data from the JSON placeholder, right? This could be anything like in the previous example, we have seen opening a modal. This could be tapping on the material dialog, opening a modal, or maybe a whole observable chain that you want to do here, right? Open a confirmation modal, then based on the confirmation, download a file, send an email, open a modal with options to that you want to configure, and then maybe make an API request with it. All that goodness you can have inside this fire action method. But to keep it simple at this point, our fire action method is going to simply return the HTTP data, right? Only the requirement that we have for what we do inside the fire action method is that it should return an observable. So you can imagine things that you can do here, right? Almost the same goes for the get config method as well. So at this point, I have created a observable using the off operator, which simply says disable false and a hint text, right? The way you might want to configure the get config method is maybe you have a selector that you select from your state, or maybe NgRx selector that you select, or maybe any other service that you have which determines some data and calculates the is disabled and hint text states and return that. For example, Let's say we are actually sending an email to a customer, potential customer, and maybe you have a permission service that determines, or maybe a permission state that determines if the logged in user can send an email. So you can do that check inside here and decide if you want to, if this particular user can send the button or send the email, and maybe make disable true, right? So you can do all that goodness inside get config method. I have kept it as simple as possible because this is not the most important part of the talk, right? So we now have the action service. So basically everything that we need for the action to take place and the button to configure, we do have, right? So to trigger the action, it's as simple as providing the service and calling the fire action method, right? This is, we do this every day, right? This is as simple as it. But as you noticed, we are not really doing anything with the configuration here. At this point, we are only firing the action, but we are not really taking the configuration into account. We could chain all of our uh, button configurations here as attributes, but I'll come to that later, right? When we implement the directive. So that leads me to the directive implementation. So the initial thought of creating the directive was actually to create an attribute directive which provides the information about whether the button is disabled, whether the hint text is shown, and everything, right? Or whether the button is visible or not, all that configuration that the directive is supposed to provide. That was the initial thought of it, which we could actually create a attribute directive. But later we moved, when we experimented, we realized, okay, maybe we can create a structural directive itself, and that's going to be the approach we are going to take here, right? So yeah, moving to the second part of the talk, where we are creating the structural directive. Let's see the high level goals of the particular section, right? So we'll be creating a button wrapper component. Uh, yeah, we'll be creating a whole new component that wraps the button. So simply wraps the button. Why do we actually need a wrapper component? Uh, in fact, the only job of the wrapper component at this point is to simply show the tooltip. So instead of the button having the tooltip, the wrapper is going to provide the tooltip configuration, right? And then define iButton action map to corresponding action service. So like I said, we are going to have multiple actions in the platform, and having an enum that defines the button action will help, right? And defining what service corresponds to what action would help in determining, in understanding better, right? And then with that being said, we'll be creating a structural directive, and we will be attaching the created wrapper component in the structural directive, and then we'll be moving the whole service, the configuration that we have in service to the directive, and at the end we are going to move the click listener to the directive as well, right? So I hope this is pretty much clear. If not, it will be clearer in the coming sections, right? So but to summarize or to think about it, the button is going to have everything that for the action to take place, right? Great. Moving ahead, first up, creating the wrapper component. Like I said, the wrapper doesn't really do anything except just showing the hint text in the tooltip, right? So it takes an input as a hint text and it just shows in the mat tooltip. As simple as that. With the wrapper component set, now we can go ahead and this is another requirement for us to create the directive, right? So defining the iButton action. So what all actions are going to be in the platform and mapping it to the particular or the corresponding action services, right? So for example, in this case, I've taken two actions. One is send action and download action, and both corresponds to send action service and download action service, right? So since we have first and second steps already taken care, we can now go ahead and implement the directive itself, right? So this particular snippet creates the directive itself. So it creates a structural directive. And if you look into it, you will see all it is doing is it all it doing is it creates a view. Sorry, it creates the view or it updates the props in the view. I'll come to the details of this, but on a high level, all the directive is doing is creating the view and updating the props. So updating the props is basically updating the config that the service provides, and creating the view basically creates the wrapper and the button inside it, right? So so what we're doing here, we'll be inputting or passing the particular I button action as an input to the directive, right? So that we know, okay, what action this particular button is supposed to perform, right? And from the injector and using the mapper that we created already, we are going to get the particular service. So the CTA service, if the button corresponds to the send service, is going to refer to the send action service. Or if it is the download service, it's going to refer to the download action service, right? And then it's going to subscribe to the get configurations from the particular service and either going to create the view if it doesn't exist. If it already exists, it's going to update the props like disabled and hint text, right? So the obvious next step is to find how to create the view itself, right? So we can take help of a template ref to create the view. So we have to begin with, we create the component factory and then we use a view container create component method to actually create the component ref, right? This holds true till version 12, and in version 13 we actually don't have to create the component factory. We can directly pass the component. Cheers to Angular team. But when I was working with this, we actually built it in version less than 12. So that's why we have this. So the create view basically simply going to create the view and attaches that to the DOM, right? And the next thing is to update props. So the whole purpose of the update prop method is to provide two information that we have on the configurations, right? Disable state and the tooltip text, right? So it's going to get the configuration and it's going to check if it is disabled. If so, it's going to grab the root node of 0. So we had to grab the root node of 0 because if you remember, we we did wrap everything inside a span and our button is actually going to live inside here, right? So root node 0 is going to get the button and then we are going to update the disabled state using the renderer, the good old renderer 2, right? So we are going to set the attribute of the directive of the button to disable. So one configuration is taken care, which is the disabling of the button, and the other one is to provide the tooltip functionality, right? So for which we are actually, so the tooltip text actually exists on the wrapper directive, which you can grab from the component ref instance, and we are going to update the hint text, right? And since we created uh, this particular wrapper component dynamically using the component ref, we'll have to manually call a change detection because there's still an active thread in the Angular repository that talks about this. Uh, so we'll have to manually call the change detection in that case, especially if you're doing the if your wrapper component is on push, right? So two things are taken care: creating the button and the wrapper, and updating the props. So the first part of what we discussed is completed, right? So we need the directive to provide the configuration uh, to take care everything regarding the configurations, right? So the directive has already done that. Now, how do we use the directive? So it's going to be as simple as using the structural directive, passing the send action which is going to be ibutton action dot send in this case, and on click we'll be firing the action again, just like we did in the previous time, right? So the click listener is in place, the configuration is in place, which looks like everything is in place, right? So the directive is now, sorry, the whole cycle is now done. The service now provides all the information. The directive is going to take care of the configuration, and the click listener is in the parent component. So everything works as it is, right? Now, taking this to another level would be to move the click listener inside the directive itself. That was the whole idea of creating the wrapper component and creating the structural directive itself. Because otherwise, we could have done all this by using maybe a attribute directive, but right. So how do we move the click listener to the directive? So we'll be updating the create view method to actually add the click listener. So we can make use of renderer2 to actually add the click listener. So if you see these lines of code, what it basically says is, okay, you have created the component ref. Now getting the root node of 0 to refer to the button element. So get the button, add a click listener, and whenever the button is clicked, call this method, which is on button click, right? Which we define in the coming slides. So let's pause and think about what this button is supposed to do, right? So in the parent component, when we implement it, this was actually calling the service dot fire action method, right? So the same should be done in the directive as well. If you remember, the directive already had the information about what service it's going to call the action on. So on button click would simply just call the fire action method and subscribe to it, right? This so what this enables us is to have everything inside the structural directive, from providing configuration to providing the click listener, everything inside the structural directive, and it just makes the code a lot simpler. So all you have to provide when you use the service is just this app CTA button, which when we pass the particular action that we need, we do not need the click listener anymore. The click listener is actually handled in the service, in the directive, right? So if I can go back to the code, you can actually see it's going to be as simple as this, right? This is going to do the whole job. Obviously, I am not in a position to say this is the best approach to take, and I am not claiming this is the best approach to take. There are a lot of downsides to this. It's a trade-off. Uh, for example, what if you need some, on the downside, on the flip side, what if you need some information that the component has to pass, right? To the action, to the particular action. In our case, the way to do that would be to set state somewhere in a higher level and grab that state in the service. We cannot directly pass that information and make the click listener, right? That would be one downside. And also, what if you need to know the loading status? If it is an API call, what if you need to know the loading status? The button now has no control over the action that is going to take place. So to know the loading status, only way to do is to set maybe the same service or maybe somewhere in the state, set the state, and maybe take that also into account in the directive or in the parent component, right? So it's a trade-off. I am not in a position to say it is the best approach to take, and it might not be the best approach to take, but this is an attempt just to provide that this is possible, just to say that this is possible, right? So that actually does everything that I wanted to cover in this talk. And in fact, this particular application that is running is actually using the structural directive. So it provides a hint action, it opens the modal and everything, right? So yeah, that's pretty much everything that I wanted to discuss about today. And all the code that is responsible for this. I regret I could not do the live coding, but everything that I've written is available in the GitHub repository, Bharath Ravi 27, Angular Configurable CTAs. So you can go there and grab it. And any suggestions, any feedbacks are always welcome. And any questions that you have, feel free to ask. Feel free to reach out to me to any platform, even maybe in the chat itself. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And thank you, NG Kerala, for giving this opportunity. And looking forward to many more. And yeah, let's all learn together. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bharat. I think that was a very, very good session. The PPT was very good. So thanks for that. And guys, if you have any questions regarding this session, you can reach out to his Twitter handle, Bharath_Ravi. And the GitHub repository link will be posted in the description of this conference. Like it is the recorded video. We'll have this video on the NgCalum YouTube channel. We'll post all the slides and GitHub repos in the description. So once again, thanks, Bharat. So thanks for the session.
Thanks a lot. Have a good day, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. So the next session is about like style guide driven development using storybook Angular. Like it is by Azizi. So over to you, Azizi.
Hi. So how about my voice? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear, Azizi.
Okay, cool. So
Yep.
let me share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. My computer. Upload file. Okay. So I just click video share screen. Okay, sorry. This one my first time using this stream yet.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Right. So you'll be able to see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me go to my slide. Sorry. Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm Azizi Yazit. I'm UI developer from Malaysia, which is currently I live in the Kuala Lumpur. Currently I work as a UI architect, where my main role is leading the design system and the component library. So I'm leading the team that provide the components in across our organizations that have been used by multiple teams, and then this component has been published into the Living Style Guide. What is the Living Style Guide? What is the style guide driven development? Then we will dive through on this detail in the next chapter. Right. I think many of you known about the driven family, like the TDD, the test driven development, or you might know about the domain driven development and many others. But pretty much in my experience, people don't really know about the style guide driven development. But basically, all of them, the driven family is quite the same thing, which is that if we take in the example of the test driven development, we start by creating the test, and then we refactor the test code into the actual code. In the end of the process, guess what? What we have is the codes, and the code has been tested and the unit test for the codes. The same thing with the domain-driven development, where it start by the organizer to come up with the workshop event storming with all the respective division, like the architects, the design, the business, which is the domain expert, and also the developer, sit into the single room, discuss about the domain, decide on aggregations, and followed by decide on the bounded context. And guess what? In the end of the process, we have the codes and the software divided using the domain as the software boundaries. And the same thing with the style guide driven development is we start by contributing on the style guide. We develop the component. We are not passing to the product or application to use the component, but we publish into the style guide first. In the end of the process, what we have is the component and how to use the component in our living style guide. And what is the living style guide actually? In the traditional way of doing the software UI development is usually the designer will give the developer things like the Photoshop or Illustrator. Whatever that been developed in the Photoshop and Illustrator is not using the web element or the canvas, etc., etc. And it come up that we not be able to make a pixel perfect by based on the Photoshop or Illustrator. And then those things is called the static style guide. And then we have something like a Figma, where we have the elements, and we be able to get this inspect the element by getting the CSS code from this Figma editor. And we know about the height and the width. In fact, we can copy it and use in our codes, right? That is the static style guide. And the living style guide is like the storybook. The storybook is the engines that when we integrate our story into the storybook, the code into the storybook will convert all the code into the documentation. So in here, you'll be able to interact with the components, you'll be able to see the codes. And the best is you'll be able to copy the codes, and then you can start the way use in your codes. Imagine that when everyone, all of the consumer of your component use this kind of the mechanism, wherever that you change in this living style guide, it will evolve with the application. The update will auto reflect in all of the consumer of this component library, right? So let's go back to the presentations, right? Yeah. So if you look at the high level, every organization, especially on the enterprise, has adapting this style guide driven development. The Google adapting this style guide driven development by creating the component and publish into the material design site. The IBM with the carbon design system create the component based on the carbon design system and publish into the carbon design system style guide. The GitHub, which is called the Prima design system style guide. The Lightning design system for the Salesforce, etc., etc. And then one of the famous Angular component library is called NgZoro, is for the Alibaba corporations style guide. All right. Sorry, let me cup of water. Now back to our presentations, right? So that the style guide driven development is consists of the 4 stages. The first one is discover, where this is where designer is doing the works like designing the Figma and refer to the style guide, and then follow up by the second stage called component extraction. The component extraction where we divide the component into the small UI building block. If we have the login page, then we will extract the login page into the button components, text field component, header component, footer component, etc., etc. And then the second stage is the third stage. We implement the component into the style guide, and automatically the storybook will convert those things into the computations. And at the last stage, the fourth stage, the application or the product developer will be able to use the components and refer to the our living style guide that have all the documentation, the guide how to use the components, right? Now let's go through on each of the process. The first process is the first stage is called discover, right? So we have the designer, they have the requirement, the story for the Jira from the product owner, from the business, and they do the grooming. And the grooming is by comparing the requirement design and also the style guide. This is called the design audit. When we have finished with the design audit, the designer will produce the Figma. Then that is the stage 1, the discover. And the second stage is where the component developer will do the component audit. Then what is the component audit? The component audit is use the living style guide and compare to the designer design that been used that use a Figma, do the comparing, and this process is called component audit. And based on the component audit, the result is either that we need to go with the new component or the new variant. And then based on the result, we proceed by develop the component in abstract way in small UI building block. The third stage is implement and documentation. Guess what? In this stage, you have the component and also documentation how to use the component. Imagine that when you, without the style guide, you develop the button, for example, and then you implement in your page. And then the other, your teammate, the developer want to use this button, he need to go through on your code, walk through on the business logic there, the application logic there, just to get the snippet code of how to use the button. And that is a poor experience for the developer experience. And by using the style guide driven development at the third stage, you have the component and the style guide, how to use the component. And the fourth stage is the app developer will use our living style guide to do the component integration. They have all the codes there. They can play with the components, and then they just focusing on doing the API integration and do development of application, because this component has been catered by the component developer that have the tight collaboration with the designer. Then why the style guide driven development is matter for us? As we speak on the traditional way, is that whenever that you use the limitations medium like the Photoshop, Illustrator, or the images, the maximum that you can go based on my experience is 16% similarity what being produced by the designer, and you're missing 40% from the designer intent. That is that's the worst case, right? And the Melvin Conway in his thesis saying that any organizations that design the system will produce the design structure that is copy of the organization communication structure. If you have the poor communication structure, then you have the poor architecture or the poor design or the poor product, right? So that right now we know that the traditional way, the static style guide will produce a product that is not robust, it's not good, right? And this is by making sense by looking at the collaboration gap between the designer and developer, how to collaborate when the designer is passing you kind of the Photoshop, and you are the one who make an effort to inspect the Photoshop and doing the effort by yourself. So that the James Lewis from the Thoughtworks, where this is where the company, where the Martin Fowler also belongs to the company, come up with the idea that inverse the Conway maneuver, which is it recommend to reorganize your team, reorganize your organizations in order for you to get the better or to promote your desired architecture or design. So what we did in the style guide driven development, we separates the development team into the component team and the application team, where the component developer will be focusing on the components and the living style guide, and the application developer will be focusing on the layout and integration, as all the component has been catered by them, right? Okay, right. So that by restructuring the teams and adapting the style guide driven development, we'll be able to bridge in the gap between the designer and developer. It's not like the traditional way. We have the tight collaboration with the designer, and the application will use the component by the component developer, and we'll be able to produce the pixel perfect, which is something that decided by all of the division. Designer will have the 100% based on the intent, their intent, right? And this is by the principle of showing the empathy towards the others. So, right. And the benefit of adapting the style guide driven development is the connective load. The connective load is when you have everyone have the limit in the connective load. So if you reach the limit or you break the limit, then you will broken. You will not be able to fulfill your task. You will not be able to finish or complete your task because your connective load has been more than what is suitable for you. So in the style guide driven development, we separate the component developer into the we separate the development team into the component developer and the application developer. So the component developer, we have the tight collaboration with the designer, and in case that they have the change, then you're not affecting the application developer. So with separating the responsibilities between the component dev and the app dev. And then the benefit of style-guide-driven development is the living. What we have saying just now, right? When the living style guide, the storybook is actually using the actual code of your codes. When you make change into this living style guide, the change will evolve with the applications. It will reflect on all of the consumer that use your design system. In the single change, it will affecting multiple of the consumer. And then this one is something that I experienced in my own experience. So let us illustrate more on this diagram, right? So for example, that you have the login page and register page, and then by using the style guide-driven development in the component extraction stage, we decide on what is the extraction. And by looking at this, is obviously that the text field components and the button is the extractions. Then in here, the component library will create, for example, the buttons, and then he creates the text field. So the component developer be able to put this code into the main line. So that this code can be able to use by the others developer, especially the one who produced the one who developed the login and the one who developed the register page. And the same thing when they finish with the text field, this will be merged into the main line, and the login page and the register page can merge and integrate with the component. So we have the two things in the continuous integration and the continuous feedback. The continuous integration is that we make gradually or incrementally update into the main line, so that the one who have a dependency with our component can start in the parallel without having to wait for all of the components to be completed. And then we can have the continuous feedback. What I want to emphasize about this is that when you make small changes into the main line, you'll be able to publish into the living style guide, and the process is the component will be used by the application developer to do the development, and also is open opportunities to the designer to do the verification and check on the component. Is it that fulfill what they desired, or is it have some error? Then it will talk to the component developer to do the change, and once the change has been made to the living style guide, all of the code change will be auto reflected into all of the consumer that use the components. One more thing that I think is the goal benefit that using the style guide development is when the organization use the Agile Scrum, adapting the Agile Scrum. So the Agile Scrum, they have the sprint planning, sprint development, daily Scrum, and the sprint review. When we do the sprint planning, if we have the living style guide, we'll be able to come up with the accurate story point and also accurate story estimation, because we know that what is the progress of the component by just straight go to see on the living style guide. And the living style guide is the single source of truth for all of the component and the style guide that we have in the organizations. So when we do the development, component developer will publish into the style guide, and application developer will use the living style guide to reference how to integrate the guide, how to integrate the components, and so on and so on. And in the daily Scrum, we can use the living style guide to check what is the progress of the components that being developed by the component developer. And when we do the review can be divided into the two. The first one is demonstrate the applications that been developed in the sprint, and the other one is to demonstrate what you have in the living style guide, so that your audience can be internal teams and also the outside of your internal team, but still inside the organization, which is the external consumer of your living style guide and the component library. And another one is that by using the Stargate-driven development, we'll be able to make the living Stargate at the testing platform, because when we publish into, or when we deploy the component into the living Stargate, then this open opportunity for the designer to do the testing and verifications. And then this also open for the prototyping platform, as imagine that we have the product owner that he or she wants to make something different in the page. So he just need to refer to the living style guide, copy, crop, whatever that he or she can do, and put in the PowerPoint or the document, Microsoft Word, something like that, and demonstrate and present to the stakeholder without the need for the designer or developer to involve in this effort, right? Sorry. And then the benefit of another benefit of adapting the target-driven development is we make the code small as possible. We develop the code in abstract way. So by making code small, it making code more reusable, and reusability make scale possible for this component library to be used across the numbers of the consumer, numbers of the product, numbers of the applications. So let's discuss about the target-driven development, how the Angular empower the target-driven development. The first one is, it's hard to find, other than the Angular in the scope of the framework, they have the solid monorepo. If we use the other framework, we might need to use the Lena.js plus with the Yarn workspace plus with the Net.js, etc., etc. And this third-party library is not coming into the single framework, but separated framework. But the Angular have monorepo as a built-in features in the Angular. So the Angular be able to have the creating the workspace, and inside the workspace we'll be able to create the multiple projects. For example, we can create the component library, the style guide, and also the application that use the component library. And what this open expose flexibility to developer is thinking of that when we want to debug the integration or the implementation of the component, we'll be able to pointing the code into the actual source code, and we'll be able to debug. And then once we finish with that, we change the point into the compile version, and think of the other framework. They might need to use the npm link to link, and then if they forget to unlink back, then when they build, then they will have the error and bugs in those ecosystem, right? So that Angular is component based architecture, component based framework that is possible to develop in the small things, a small UI building block. We can compose this UI building block to become a semi-complex component, and we can combine this semi-complex component into the super complex component, and this is supported by the Angular. And the Angular have the one things that I didn't see in any other framework have, which is the schematic. So imagine that I have a requirement from my organizations that I need all the components to have the style guide, which means in the storybook context, we need to create the stories automatically when we create the component by using this Angular CLI, right? And then I have the requirement, all components must adapt the automate design methodology. Don't worry, next after this slide, we will have a quick briefing about the automate design. And the component name must be in the automate type, right? So what is the automate design? The automate design is the methodology for us to divide the component or to make the component structure. Like for example, the automate design smallest component is called atom, and by combining the atom with the another atom, we become the semi-complex component called molecules, and by combining the molecules with the other molecules, that will produce the complex component called organisms, right? So that this is what we use in our organizations. So so we create the schematic called SGDD, but in our organization it's different name. So when we create the components, it will ask the schematic will ask about what kind of component you want to develop, the atom, molecules, or organism. when we choose the attribute type, then the component will be created. And then what we see that the name has been followed by the methodology of attribute type, which is atom. The button is an atom, then the prefix will be A. If the button, if the component is a molecules, the prefix will be M, and if the component is organism, then the prefix will be O. And you can see that the file that being created is the storybook related stories. So when we develop by using this, and then we create the button component, for example, then we start to implement in this a-button.story. And then the Angular have the Angular builder. The one things that I think is most of the framework is not there yet, which is that the famous Angular builder command is the Angular deploy. In fact, one of the speaker is the one who developed the builder to the Netlify, and I really like this plugin. Right. So when you have finished with the style guide, then you need to deploy to some place, Netlify, Microsoft, AWS, Firebase, etc. And we can use the builder to deploy straight away. And when we develop the component, follow up by publish into the style guide, follow up by building and deploy straight away to the host for the rest of the product application, product developer, and also the application developer to start to integrate with the component. This is an example by using the Angular builder ng-deploy. So we do the build, it will verify the user, verify the site ID, and deploy. If we do this manually, then it will take in an effort. And if you have multiple change in daily basis, then you have a multiple effort to do this manually, right? So that the target driven development with the Angular is a perfect couple, perfect mesh, right? In every stage of the target driven development, Angular can support, Angular can give the flexibility, Angular can help make the development smooth and fast. In the discover, in the stage, we'll be able to create the Angular into the small UI building block. We can use the schematic to automate some manual efforts, some manual codes, and we can use the builder to deploy to the host that host our style guide, living style guide, and straight away can use in the application and product. And if they need to debug, as long as they sit in the same monorepo, they can use the actual code to debug, right? So that the summary of this talk is that we see that the evolution of the style guide. In the 19th, I have the designer who just passed me the images, and then that's all. Yeah, so I need to use my my creativity to come up with the app. And then some designer have showing more empathy to the developer. They provide the Photoshop, but the issue with the Photoshop is that it's not canvas, is not HTML element at all. So you not be able to have the pixel perfect. And then they come up with the PDF kind of way where, for example, this PDF, they have the documentation about the typography, they have the documentation about colors. And for me, it's not usable for the developer. It might usable for the client or the other designer, but not the developer. And then huge success from the evolution of the style guide is designers start to adapting by using the editor like the Figma, what else, Zeppelin, Sketch, etc. So that it give flexibility and ability for the developer to inspect each of the elements, and we'll be able to know that what is the spec, what is the CSS spec, the width, the border, and any other requirement spec, right? But it's still not perfect style guide, because it's still a static, because whatever the codes that inside the Figma, if you give to the multiple developer, then they will come up with multiple different kind of the components and multiple codes, right? So the evolutions of the style guide, I don't know, maybe in the future we have more stuff on this, but the perfect evolution of the style guide is by having the living style guide, and by having using the Angular in the living style guide and the storybook, we'll be able to come up with the be able to enhance the developer experience for our team and the process from end to end until integrate into the application is called style guide driven development. That's all for me. Pass back to Suhesh, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, I think thanks, Azizi. So I personally feel like this session was really good. Like I personally felt currently like we don't follow this kind of driven style guide driven development. So this was very interesting, and Thomas also mentioned in the comments like interesting to make storybook tests instead of unit tests. So
Mhm.
guys, if you have any questions regarding this session, you can reach out to him. This is his Twitter handle. You can reach out to him if you have any doubts, and the I'll get the slides link from him, and I also post that in the description of this channel. So once again, thanks Azizi. So thanks for your presentation. It
Right.
was it was very
Thanks.
good.
Right. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Okay, so the next session is by Jeetendra. Like he'll be talking about how we can create and use Angular libraries. So over to you, Jeetendra.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good morning. Hope I'm audible properly, right? Suhas?
Yes, Jeetendra.
Yeah, so just a minute. I will share my screen.
Sure.
Let me know it's visible or not.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, so hello everyone. Welcome to Angular Virtual Conference 2022 by NG Kerala. And thanks, Suhas, for having me here. Okay, so today I'm going to uh, have the session about the creating and using the Angular libraries. So let's start. So before starting, little bit about myself. So myself, Jeetendra Gund. I am senior software engineer at EasyS Solution, and I have overall 9+ years of experience in Microsoft.NET and various open source technologies. I'm the C Sharp Corner MVP, also the C Sharp Corner Pune chapter lead, and the blogger and the speaker in the various conferences. So I mostly write the blogs on the C Sharp Corner sites. So you can follow me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and the C Sharp Corner site to get the recent articles posted by me. So agenda for today is, so first we are going to see why to build a library. So what's the purpose to build a library or host in or publish into the npm. So what's the idea behind to create and use the library. Next is creating the first Angular library. So in this session, we are having the live coding session with the creating the library, how we can use in the Angular application, and after in another application, and also how to use the library in the another projects, and steps to publish the library on the npm. So this is the agenda for the today's session. So let's start. So why to build the library? So what purpose we want to or me want to build a library? So let's have one small idea behind it. Like in previously, like in college life or in like the in development, how we share the code between the team members. Like I have written small part of the code, and how you share the code. So you share the code in the form of pen drive or the hard disk or whatever the format you share the code. If you want to share the code with your ptm members or any other guy or sitting on the okay, any other guy. So if I want to share the code between, like I'm using the toast notification library. Okay, toast notification. So I have implemented the code, write down the component, and it's the reusable component I have written down. So and I'm using that component in my project or in the application. So and the other team members also facing some issue to show the push notification on on their project. So whenever when we meet, so we get the idea, and like they are facing some issue into the displaying the toast notification. So they said how you build that component or use that component. So I will they also want to use that component, the reusable component in that project. So how I can give that component to the other team members or the other projects or the other applications. So the library comes into the picture in this scenario. Like I want to give the particular component, the reusable component, to the other team members. Okay, so what I can do, so I will build a small library for it, and I will publish it to the npm, or I can give the tgz file, to the zip file, to the other team members to install from there. Okay, so these are the things we are going to cover in this session. So a library is a great way to share the content solutions with several apps, share the code across the projects. Like in the multiple projects, I can share, like this is toast notification scenario, I can share that code to other team members also and other projects also. Faster app build time. So I have already predefined push notifications. So the other team members save their time to write down the code or creating the component, write down the necessary CSS changes and using the application. So it saves the lot of time because I have already predefined code. So I can directly inject in my application and start using it. So it increases the faster app build time as well. Promote cleaner design and best practices, so we can follow the the code we are sharing. The library contains all the smallest part or the logical unit, so that we are going to share, and it has the clean code. So anybody wants to any add any enhancement into that library, so they can use it, and we can follow the best practices as well using the libraries. So this is all about the libraries. So let's see, so how the library shows. So I will give the picture, show the pictorial diagram. So the toast notification, so how it will share. I can show the I can share the toast notification library to the multiple projects as well. Like the application one also wants to use the library, application two also wants to use the library. So I can share with the help of the library to the my toast notification controller, move it to the library and use that library to in multiple applications. So in next we are following, these are the steps to create the Angular library. So we are going to have the live coding session to creating the library, and first step is to create the library. So we'll go through the step by
Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt, Jeetendra.
Hello.
Like we are hearing some background noise.
Now.
Yeah, now it's fine. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So let me share it again.
sure.
So I'm sharing my full screen here.
Yes, got
So
it.
let's create our first Angular library. So first step is to create the new project with the help of this command, ng new app. Here you can provide your project name and create application equal to false. So we are creating the Angular project, but we didn't want any extra code over there. So we only want the skeleton. So that purpose, the create application equal to false. So go to the, yeah. Hope it's visible, right? Suhas?
Yes, Jeetendra.
Yeah. So we'll create the project. I'm giving the name ngdemo. So this command create the application with the just the skeleton is there. It will take few more seconds to build. Yeah, it finishes. So let's go to the ng demo. So we'll see it in Visual Studio Code, how the code is. So here you can see the structure. So here only the skeleton is created, like the package.json is there, angular.json is there. So what are the packages we are using? Okay, so this is the only skeleton. So next step is to move to that directory. Okay, ng demo. So next is to create the library project. I'm giving, so here I'm giving the name ng library nggit. So when I hit this command, so it will create the projects folder, and in that projects folder it will create the component and the basic skeleton for my library. Yeah, so it's created. So go to Visual Studio, and here you can see the projects folder are there, and we created the library nggit. Okay, and here you can see the lib folder is there in under the src. So normally when we create any Angular application, it contains the app folder, but here we have created the library. So in that library you can see the service are there, the module is there, the component is there. So here is that component we are using in another application. Okay, so before that we will create another application, Angular application, to test this library. So it also contains in the same projects. So let's create one more ngg application. So this application I'm going to create for the testing purpose only for the library. So I don't want to create another project and test there. So I can use here itself the created library. Basic settings. Okay, so it is created now, and in projects folder you can see the created application ngg test, and it contains the my the Angular default folders are there, like app, assets, and environment, and these are the. So next step is to build the library. So we have created, so before building the library, just we will make few changes in the component to display. Now next is to build. To build the ng library, we have the command ng build and our library name. Library name is ngJit. Okay. Just hit enter. So it builds our project or the compile it. So here you can see the dist folder is created, and in the dist folder you can see the library and my library details like the ngg. Now library is created. So next, to use the library, so to use the library, first we need to import the library model. So my library model is ngg model. So in my app model.ts, here I can inject that model, and here you can see the my library name. Okay, the model is imported. Now time to use the component. So here I'm clearing out all the so here I'm using the directive. Okay, so next is to run the application. G G paste. Sorry, this okay. Really, my application will be compiling, building the project. Okay, so my application is built and it's host on the browser, localhost 4200. So just open here, localhost 4200. So here you can see the this is the text from my project ngg test, and this is the library text. Welcome to Angular Conference 22. Here you can see in the component. So whenever you make any changes, you need to build the library, and after building that library, you need to only need to build the library. After that, it will be reflect the changes in this application. Okay, so this is the first step to create the Angular library with the help of these commands and using the same test application of that Angular project. Okay, so we are going to use these two in another project. So I have already created one project. Okay, so I will just open that project. So I will run this. Okay, so now I want to use this library in another project, not in the same structure of the Angular project, but in another project. So here you can see I have built my library ngJit, and here you can see the built Angular packages. So you need to copy this line, the dist folder ngJit library line, and come to the another application, and here npm. So here I'm installing my local version of Angular library. So here you can provide the tzz file also, and you can provide the path also. So I'm here providing the path and click on enter. So it will install. So here you can see added one package. So here you can see the my another project NG Kerala conference. So here you can see the library install. So here you can also do the same step. Just import that module. Okay. This is not good. Yeah, here I'm importing that module. Just I think it's just started the building. Okay, so we are in this step, like using the library into another application. So we have created the application, separate Angular application, npm install and part to the library. So here you can use the other than path, you can provide the tzz file when you npm run the command npm pack. So it creates the that .tzz file, and you can use it here to install in your Angular project. So just a minute, it's build or not? It's still building. Okay, it's done now. Okay. It's not loading. Okay, no worries. So this is the way we can use it. So now move to the next step. So next steps to publishing the Angular library. So now we see that we can build the project and you can provide that part to the other team members also. But what happen if I want to make that library to publicly, so everyone can use the library anywhere? So for that we need to publish the library to the npm. So from the npm, then anyone can go there and copy the command and install it from there. So currently it's only limited to my machine, but if I want to extend it to the publicly, so for that we need to publish to npm. So for that we need to do the following steps. So I will stop this application, go in the text folder and ngg. Okay, so for that purpose I need to go to the where my library is, the build library is the in the dist folder ngg. So I came here. So now run the, so before that first you need to create the account in the npm, so you can publish there. Okay, so I will run the command npm add user to log into the npm. Okay, so here it is asking me my username and password. Email ID. So here you can see I'm logged in successfully. So I will open the npm here as well. Okay, so here you can see there is no any packages available. So okay, this is the last one. Yesterday I have tried it. So this is different one. So we are going to publish the new library. Okay, before publishing the library, here you can see here in the package.json in the Angular library project. So in the package.json, you can see here the name and the version number. So the version number contains the like major, minor, and the patch. So currently it's showing me 001. Okay, and my, so if anyone already published with the same name, so to differentiate between the publisher name and the my own library, you can use the @ and your npm username and slash and ngg. So it will show under your name. Okay, so it will differentiate between the other ngg and your own created libraries. So for that purpose you need to update it here, and the versioning like the major, minor, and the patch version of the quick fixes you can change it here. So now we'll publish the library. So to publish the library, we have the command npm publish. Npm. So here you can see it publishes the library ngJit with version 0.0.1. So now go to the your npm.js or the npm account and just refresh it. So here you can see the just we have published one library. The like here you can see the my username published 0.0.1, just few seconds, and you can open it in separate tab. So you can see the all the details. So this is the default page we are getting. So you can make any changes as per your sessions, as what are the changes you need to do to use this library. You can add in the readme file as well. Okay, so this is, and here you can see the how we can install that. So npm install ngJit. Okay, so this is the simple example of how to publish the library into the Angular application. Okay, and use the package. Now anyone can use the package or wants to try. So you need to just npm install ngzit, so you can use this library in your project. So this is all about the publishing the library to the npm. So little bit summary about what we learn in this session. So we see how, why to build a library, what are the use cases to build a library, and how to create your first Angular library, and set up the project to test that library and use the your created library in other project with the help of the path, the dist folder path. And after that we see how, what are the steps to publish the library on the npm, and we have seen that the library is published on there and you can use that library in your application. So this is the simple live coding session about the Angular libraries. So if anyone can try it, like these are the simple steps you can follow it and just publish your first library to the npm. And if you have any query or suggestions, so you can reach out to me. So these are some references I use. So the first reference is the angular.io. So there all the details about the library creating, publishing, and what are the changes we need to do in the library. So all the functionally all the step-by-step details are in the angular.io site are there. And I have followed the Pluralsight course of creating the and managing the Angular libraries. So these are the links. And thank you so much. So you can follow me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and C Sharp. I would love to chat with you if you want any help in creating and publishing the library.
Yeah.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
thanks, Jeetendra. So thanks for the session. So guys, if you have any doubts regarding this session, you can reach out to him. So this is Twitter handle Jeet underscore C sharp. So I'll also try to get the code link from him, and I'll also post that in the description of this video. So once again, thanks, Jeetendra. So thanks for the live
Yeah,
coding
thank you
as
so much
well.
having me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. So the next session is by Anuraj. Like, he's a senior technology professional with 17 plus years of experience in designing, and he's also a Microsoft MVP. But unfortunately, like, he was unable to join us, but he has recorded as a video for us. Like, I'll play it now. And if you have any doubts, you can reach out him to his Twitter handle, which is Anuraj. So let me play the recorded video.
Welcome to my session on NgRx Angular Virtual Conference 2022. Myself Anuraj. I'll be discussing about implementing feature flags in Angular applications. I work as a product architect and software solutions developer. You can find me in Twitter. There is Anuraj. Yeah, here is the agenda. So we will be discussing about feature flags. What is feature flags? And then we will be implementing feature flags in Angular with various techniques. Once it is done, if there is a questions, I can take it. So this is our journey of implementing feature flags in our run web app. So we will be discussing about putting feature flags in environment file. Then we will be putting feature flags in a JSON file. We will be using feature flags from an API. That's the current technique we are using. And the final part, feature flags from Azure app configuration. This is where we are moving, or that's the progression. So what is feature flags? So we are building SaaS application, and our SDLC or GitHub workflow is, for each feature there is a branch associated to that. And sometimes what happens when we are ready for a release, or when we have to do a release, sometimes what happens, some feature got delayed, or something went wrong and we won't be able to deliver the one feature on time. So usually what happens when, uh, when we are starting, we will create feature branches, and once that feature is completed, the developer is a pull request, and some of that leads review that pull request and merges to one branch. It could be release, it could be develop, or it could be made. So in our workflow, we keep a branch called develop. That branch is deployed every time. So any new feature coming, it will be merged to develop, and it will be deployed live. Once live deployment is completed and it is stable, we raise a pull request from develop to me. That's our work. So what happens sometimes, one feature is not ready, but we completed some changes to the code for with that feature. Someone merged that code, so potentially it is not deployable because it has some partial feature which is not deployable yet. So what so potentially that's not deployable, so we will delay the deployment, but that's not a good practice in Agile. So what we will do, we will put a system called feature flag in place. It is just a configuration value, and if it is that boolean configuration value, and if that value is true, it will execute a statement. If it is not, it will ignore that code. So that's it's mentioned. In Agile learning mode, there will be partially committed feature or features with external dependencies that's not ready, that are not ready. Instead of deploying multiple code branches, we may opt for deploying the code with feature. Okay, so that means like instead of relying on again this multiple code branch, what meant by that is, even if we are that feature branches are there, we should not merge that code without we complete that feature. But that's also not a good thing, because in that scenario, what happens? We may end up having a set of files. For example, if it is a big feature, we may end up having hundreds of files for review. That's also not a good practice. So we should commit often. Okay. So how feature flag helps? It helps us to deploy the code with that particular feature turned off, and when we are ready, we can turn it off from somewhere, so that it start working without any issue. So in our case, we have a native mobile front-end, and we have an Angular front-end application. And this API, this API, and like API layer also. So when front-end team is ready with web and mobile apps, they can web app can download easily, because if we have learning feature toggle and it's turned off, it will work as it is. And once we are ready in the API, we can turn that feature on, so that it start consuming the latest API changes as well. Okay, so I hope you understood the concept of feature flags. So let's start how we start implementing feature flag. So we started with putting the features in the environment flag. It's very simple, very easy approach. If you are going for very small applications, and you can access the servers without any restrictions, this is the way easiest way. So you just need to put the feature properties in the environment file, like true, false, and if we want to turn on the feature, let's modify that value, redeploy the code. That's the drawback as well, because we have to, if we are changing a feature, we have to redeploy the code. That's not a good practice, and we may end up having a lot of things in the environment file. Okay, let's say demo. This I got an environment.ts. Okay, and here I am putting a show second CTA. It's a true. Okay, and in the app command I am just importing that environment, and here I am setting show second CTA environment.second CTA. Okay, and this, okay, so yeah, sorry. We are ready. I'm just copying it. So here it's turned on. This is the in the code. I'm putting a Gechev. Show second CTA, and it's turned on right now. Let me turn it off, and it's gone. So this is the way environment-based feature tower works. As I mentioned, the cavities here is we have to, since the environment file is part of the distributed files dist folder generated by Angular, we have to build and redeploy that code every time. That's not a good approach. So what we did, so let's look into the second approach. So in this approach, we are keeping the feature flags. Instead of environment file, we have created a dedicated JSON file for the feature flags. And this file is imported to our code, and using that boolean values, we are controlling the features. Let's get into a demo. Yeah, so here is the feature flag. I kept it in the asset folder. It's a simple JSON file. It shows second CTAs false. Okay, and the app command. Yeah, to do this, first you need to enable these two configurations. You need to enable the TS config. It is converting the or saying the TypeScript that treat like JSON files into help JSON file, enable JSON files to import it into TypeScript. Okay, and in the command, as usual, I just imported this feature flags JSON file, and I'm consuming it. Okay, let's clear it. Let's compare it. go back, refresh. It is not showing the second one since it's turned off. Okay, let me turn it on. Yeah, it's came back. It's okay, it's coming back. Okay, this is the second approach. What is the advantage of this approach is we have to modify a code or something in the production server. That's not feasible because initially it was workout solution, but later point we come up with some practices, DevOps practices. We introduce continuous integration, continuous delivery. So we don't want developers or anyone to directly access production systems and modify some configurations. Or the alternate approach was we have to write some applications which writes these configurations into disk. Again, that's also not a good way. So we move from that approach to the third approach. That means we are reading the data from a JSON endpoint or REST endpoint, API endpoint. So in this approach, we are driving the feature flags from an external API endpoint, and we are using an Angular service to consume that API endpoint, and we are turning off features. Okay, this approach got an advantage. For example, in LL scenarios, all these feature flags are across the application, but in some cases we wanted to enable features based on customer or tenant. For example, you want to do a A/B testing. You want to offer a beta experience for certain like early adopter users. So that kind of scenarios was not possible with the first two approaches, like environment file and JSON file, JSON config file. That approach, like do a testing on production or A/B testing kind of possibility was not there. But in case of from API, we can pass some values to the API and customer info to the API, and API can give back the features based on the user type or anything. So this approach is currently what we are doing. It's again very simple. There is a JSON, REST endpoint, REST API endpoint, which returns JSON. And right now we are driving entirely from database. Like for particular tenants, we are offering some features. Okay, let's see a demo. Yeah, here. Here, what I'm doing, here is a feature flag service, which is loading the feature flags from the JSON point. So it's a gist I just created. It's just turning shows a CTA true. Okay, I cannot do a live demo because if I change this value, I had to take the gist value to change. I'm not doing that, so it's nothing. I created a feature flag service which is basically two methods, load feature flags and guest feature flag method. This one is called when we are initializing the service or application. And in the app component, I'm just importing this service, and this property I'm setting by get feature flag method. And as usual, it is driving NgF. Okay, let's run it. To come because it's enabled. Let's look into the network. You will be able to see called feature flag.json. Okay, and it's true. That's why it is. And it's this one. Okay. Yeah. This is the last method, feature flags from Azure App Configuration. So in this approach, what we are doing, instead of we keeping the, or we are getting the features from a JSON endpoint, we are using a service called Azure App Configuration, which is a offering from Microsoft. It's a managed service that helps developers to put their application configuration and features simple and secure. So there is a SDK. Of course, you need to import that SDK. Then you can read the feature flags using that SDK. Let's jump into a demo. So first, we need to create an app configuration. I already created one. And in the feature manager, I don't have any configuration yet. I created a feature flag called show second city. Okay. It is disabled now, and you can turn off like this. Okay, then you can add feature flag like this. Put the feature name like show first CTA, and if it is enabled, that, or you can ignore it. It's enabled now. Let's and you can create a feature app configuration like this. Search for app configuration and create. Like any other Azure service, you need to fill up all these things. Nothing fancy, nothing specific. I'm just choosing for a network tags basics. You just need to put a like a resource group and resource name. Since I already created one, it is not allowing me to create another one. Okay. It's enabled right now, and here in the code, just starting in the code, what I'm doing, I just added project JSON package is it? There is a configuration dependency. Okay, then I am importing a configuration client into our code, and the code, what I'm doing, I have a method load feature flags, and I'm passing this value. So you can find this value here. App configuration feature flags shows in NCT, and using the connection string. This is the connection string which you can access from the keys. You can copy the connection string and paste it here. This is not a very secure method. The recommended method is using Azure identity, and for the demo purpose I am not using it. It's a little complex to configure, and it returns a JSON get configured settings, and I'm parsing it and I'm checking whether it's enabled or not. Let's see, it's enabled. Let us disable it. Try. Sometimes it might take some time to refresh. Yeah, it's gone. So if you look, there is a call for this endpoint, and it returns this JSON, and yeah, this value is enabled false. Let's go back and enable it again and refresh. Let's go back here, it's enabled true. Okay, this way we can use Azure App Configuration Service to manage feature flags. The advantages of this service is we can use this service in your API applications as well. It's a common service which can be consumed in both like backend applications as well as in front-end applications like Angular. So you create one and you can drive like based on this feature, you can even control the backend as well. Yeah. That's it. If you have questions, feel free to talk to me or ask them. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for the audio, guys. Like this was the recorded session. Like he was not feeling well during recording. Sorry for the audio. But if you have any doubts or you didn't understand well, and if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him to his Twitter handle at Anuraj. If you have any doubts regarding this session. So this is Twitter handle Anuraj. You can reach out to him if you have any doubts. Okay, so the next session is by Santhosh, Santhosh Yadav. He's a GD for Angular and GitHub Star and Auth0 ambassador, and he's an active contributor to Angular and NgRx. So he'll be talking about like we saw some tech sessions like storybook, etc. But some may have questions like how we can contribute to Angular community, how you can make contributions, and how you can help Angular community grow. So those will be covered by Santhosh. So we'll have a small 5 minutes break, and then we'll start. So yeah, you can refresh, and we'll have a small 5 minutes break, and we'll get back to the session, guys. Meanwhile, like if you have any questions regarding these three sessions, you can post it in the comments. So I saw a question from Ricky Banerjee regarding the libraries. I'll make sure I'll make sure this question will be reached to Jitendra. Like I'll ask him to reply in the comments, Ricky. And if you have any other questions, feel free to share it in the comments section. Like we'll pick it up. And for Ricky, like this might be one of the solutions. So this was the solution I had in mind. Like you can use NX for the live. So NX will take care of, if we do changes only to with respect to file, like it will rebuild and it will be deployed. So this will be one of the solution. I'll also get solution from Jitendra and I will post it in the comments, Ricky. And guys, if you have any questions, just post it in the comments. Um, so we'll wait for a minute and we'll start. Okay, so I think we are good to start. Santhosh is also here, so let me add him. So, hi Santhosh.
Hey everyone, hi. Hey Suhas,
Yeah,
hi. Good morning.
yeah. Good morning, Santhosh. So, how are you? How's Germany?
It's great. So it's still like really dark outside. So sorry for the lighting.
No, that's fine, Santosh. Yeah, yeah, we can start.
Okay, so you are able to see the slides right now?
Yes, Santosh.
Okay, cool. Hey everyone, good morning, and thanks for joining the conference. And I am going to talk about how you can become part of Angular community, how you can actually help the community grow. So a little bit about myself. My name is Santhosh Yadav, and I'm one of the Google developer expert for Angular. I'm a GitHub star, Azure ambassador. I'm also a co-founder of a community called This Is Learning. So in case you want to become part of our community, write blog posts, do live streams, or just want to help us, just reach out to me on Twitter, or yeah, you can reach out to me on Twitter because I will be mostly active there. You can also, in case you want to see my GitHub profile, it's there, and it's my personal website, santoshyaadav.dev, where you can find more about me. You will be able to find YouTube link. You will be able to find LinkedIn profile. So if you want to connect on LinkedIn, in case you're not on Twitter, feel free to do that, and I'll be more than happy to accept your request. So let's go ahead and get started. So before I start, I mean, Angular community is really close to my heart. So let's see. I mean, I want to see more people getting involved in the Angular community. And I did Twitter space 2 days ago, and I got an amazing response. Like around more than 650 people joined the Twitter space, and I'll be doing it more frequently. So in case you want to become part of our future Twitter spaces, reach out to me on Twitter. So I'll let you know how you can help. So let's go ahead and get started. So believe me, I mean, contributing to community is not easy. Everyone is scared. Even I was scared when I started. So I was like, oh, how people will treat me, how I'll become the part of the community, how to get or how to know the people who are part of the community. It was really difficult. And sometimes many people, right? So who are introvert, it becomes really difficult. I was not that much uh, open to talk to other people on the internet. Believe me, I was a really close person before I became part of the community, but now it's okay. So it was really difficult for me as well, and I'm sure there will be many more on the stream right now who are in the same position, that how community is going to treat me in case I become part of this community, or I want to start something, or I want to do something for the community. And you might be in the same scenario right now and you are scared. So let me just tell you how you can do that. So there are many ways. I mean, I generally start with Stack Overflow, though I don't like Stack Overflow. But yeah, in case you are, why I'm talking about Stack Overflow first. Most of you on the live stream might be Angular developers. You are doing such an amazing job at your workplace, right? You are fixing issues, you are helping your company make revenues, you are doing a lot of amazing stuff, you are doing a lot of integrations. And this is where you can actually help Angular community. How? There are still a lot of integrations which are done in workplaces, but in open source world or in open, no one knows how to integrate that. So in case you have already integrated something which at your workplace and you think, okay, this is not available in public, what I will suggest is go ahead and just post a question on Stack Overflow and answer yourself. You don't have to actually go ahead and answer to someone else. In case it is available, I would suggest go ahead and answer that. In case it is not, just post a question, because Stack Overflow nowadays, it's a big platform, right? Millions of developers use it daily, and that's the best way to reach out to millions of developers out there. So what you can do, just go ahead and post a question. Whatever integration you have done, you cannot see any example on internet, post question, answer it yourself. In case you find any questions which you have done at your work, go ahead and answer it. In case you are already contributing to Stack Overflow, nothing like that, right? Just let's connect on Twitter or LinkedIn. You are already awesome. What else? In case you are already contributing to Stack Overflow, lot of things on Stack Overflow, the answer which you give on Stack Overflow can be converted to blogs or videos. How? Of course, there are platforms which are available. We run the community ourselves, which is known as This is Angular. In case you are interested, just DM me. We will onboard you. You will review your blogs, and you can write your blog post on dev.to. In case you are already writing somewhere, absolutely fine. You can just let us know. I mean, we will be. You can cross post on dev.to by using our community, which is this is Angle. You can also convert the same into short videos, so you don't have to like create a large video, 1 hour video. I have done that. I mean, I still wonder why I do that, but generally I do live streams, which is long sometime. I mean, I do 1 hour to 2 hour long streams, and yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel bad about it, but yeah, live stream is my stuff. So you can create small videos based on the questions you have answered, based on the integration you have done, right? And just share within the community. Where you can reach out to the community, just share it on Twitter, tag me. I mean, I don't have any problem with that. So I know many developers think, okay, how should I reach out to someone? How should I tag him, not tag him? But believe me, in case you're getting a content, go ahead and tag me on Twitter. I'll be more than happy to share your content. So yeah, dev2 and YouTube. And there are many platforms, right? You have Hashnode, you have Medium. In case you are also writing over there, that's absolutely fine. Or you want to start writing there, absolutely fine. I generally don't recommend Medium because of the paywall model, but sorry, paywall model. But it's your choice. I mean, in case you want to make money, I'm not really against it. It's totally your choice. But probably you can just cross post it on dev.to, so people can read it for free. What else? So NgRx started as a meetup. I was part of the first meetup which they did, and I'm really proud to see NgRx team doing their second virtual conference in last 2 years. So thanks a lot for the amazing conference or amazing stuff you're doing, everyone, Suhas, Pandian, and of course everyone involved in the team. So you can also start your own meetups. You don't have to, but in case you think that there is nothing, there is no meetup around you, there is no conference which is happening around your city, you can start your one. So NG Kerala started as a meetup, as I said. So in Kerala there was no meetup for Angular. So NG Kerala team decided that okay, now it's the time to start a new meetup, and then they did their first virtual conference, which was successful. Now they are doing the second virtual conference, which is successful, and I wish in future it can be a physical conference where we all can meet together and make many memories, right? So this is also what you can do in case you are not, you don't want to actually do meetups. There are multiple ways. So you can even, as I mentioned, right, YouTube. You can also actually do live streams, as I do, because I started my own meetup back in 2019 in Pune, and I had to close it down due to the COVID. So I was looking for another source or another way to interact with the community. So I decided, okay, let's just a second, probably. My voice is okay, right? I mean, so anyone can confirm.
Yes, Santhosh, it's fine.
Okay, good. Sorry. So I started my own meetup in 2019, as I said. Then I had to close it down. Then I was looking for other ways to interact with the community. That's where actually the idea came of doing this is Tech Talks with Santhosh, which is now renamed to a show called This is Tech Talks. And we are going to come with some amazing episodes starting next week. So in case you want to be part of it, I will just tweet it as soon as we finalize our first episode, which is happening on 4th Feb. I'll tweet about it, and then you can feel free to join, ask questions. There will be many different topics happening around the year. So we'll start in Feb, probably we'll uh, end it October, November, probably October, because we also need some rest. Yep. What else? So let's talk about the other part of getting involved in the community, right? So which is open source. So right now, again, as I said, there are millions of developers in India. I mean, of course, everyone will agree. A lot of developers are doing Angular, and they do stuff. I mean, they do amazing stuff at the work. But sometimes I think they can also help improve our documentation. I mean, Angular documentation. There are so many things which I think still not clear, or you can say not properly explained in Angular docs, because not many developers are contributing back, right? So in case you think, okay, this topic is something which is not properly explained, you can do it better. You can help millions of developers who are reading Angular documentation. Just go ahead and suggest. I mean, in case you don't want to actually do anything, you don't want to open a PR, just go ahead and suggest that, okay, this topic I think should be explained in a better way. And whatever you content you have, right, let's say you have written a blog post about it, you have written some code in your workplace. I mean, of course you won't be able to copy paste the same code base, but so properly you can copy the template, which anyone can do. So probably you can suggest this template, okay, this is how it should be explained, and get involved with the documentation, right? So you are doing the stuff. I mean, documenting things should be not easier, but I think that is something which you can do. So start with the documentation, I would suggest. I'll share my story, how I started with open source or contributing to Angular. My own PR, my own first PR was actually a documentation. So you can see it was about the adding project structure for library. So if you create Angular, if you create Angular projects, you may be aware, right? So you create ngg library and you get a library. So I went to the GitHub repository and saw, okay, this thing looks like it is not documented. Let's go ahead and do that. So I started with the PR. So of course, it took some time. So you can see how many conversation are there. So 85 conversation, and it took around 10 days. But I really wanted to do it. So I ended up writing everything, and believe me, I was not that good at GitHub. So if you're still thinking, oh my God, how I will be able to do it, because I don't know GitHub that much. There are many concepts which are not known to me. Believe me, Angular team actually helped me. So I got stuck at one point when they said I need to rebase things. I was like, oh my God, I have never done a rebase. So I was like, I just asked for the help. I said, look, I have never done the rebase. I mean, I can Google, I mean, I can see this is the command, but is that correct? And they said, okay, this is the 2 lines of commands which you have to use. And that's where I became more comfortable interacting with the team, because believe me, Angular team is really nice. They will be ready to help you as always. They will not tell you, okay, why don't you know this stuff, or why don't you know that stuff. It's not like that. If you are ready to help, they are ready to help you as well. And of course, it's your learning as well, right? I mean, you learn something new. As in my case, I learned something new about GitHub commands. I learned many commands after that. So yep, so this is how it started for me. So I ended up I ended up started contributing to the Angular repo, then Angular material, Angular CLI. So that's but you have to start somewhere. In case you want to start with contributing to Angular, documentation is the best place. What else? Testing. So now you might be wondering, oh my God, what testing? Is this a developer stuff? Because a lot of developers don't write tests, right? So I'm not talking about writing actual test. Of course, if you know how to write unit test, nothing better than that. There are many code bases, or there are many code which can be improved, many test cases which can be improved. So you can just look around. I mean, Angular uses Jasmine and Karma. So if you know Jasmine and Karma, just go ahead and help them. I mean, you can improve the test cases which is already written. But I'm talking about the other test. So another way to help the Angular community is every 6 months, or you can say within 6 months, there are multiple releases which happens in Angular. So after every release, what you can do is you can just go ahead and, let's say, whatever version is available, you can just create a new project and see what the new feature which they have added, or the deprecation which is done, or new feature. Sorry, yeah. I also already mentioned feature. So you can test those. So you can see if it works properly or not. Believe me, so, sometimes actually it helped me to raise a PR as well. So when a new version was released, I went to the I installed the new version, started with the CLI, and I figured out, okay, there is a bug, there is an issue, and then I ended up raising a PR. This is something also can help you to contribute to the repository back. I mean, because generally those changes are, that, okay, this is the feature or this is the deprecation which is done. So I have to focus on this area, right? You don't have to go ahead and create an entire large app and see what is breaking where. You don't have to do that. Even betas, right? I mean, Angular team release a beta before they release the stable version. So you can also test, or you can also download the beta version and see if it is working properly fine, if it's build works, or you can just upgrade your own project. I mean, you don't have to really upgrade. Of course, your organization will be like really crazy why you did that. But what you can do is just go ahead and upgrade your Angular CLI locally on the beta version and see if your application works. I mean, most of the application is actually behind some enterprises, right? And the big application which we are talking about, big Angular application which you're talking about. Of course, there are a lot of testing which is done within Angular or within Google, but the actual consumers are us, right? The developers who are doing it within an organization or doing it for a large organizations. You can also do that. Of course, you don't have to share your code base, but at least you can share the errors. Okay, this is what I did, this is what I got, and probably the log. Okay, this is the error which I have. And it will really help the Angular team to improve. It will also help like not shipping that bug to next million developers as well. What about apart from Angular, right? So Angular is not just Angular. Angular is like there are many libraries which makes Angular smart, or you can say what Angular is. So there are different libraries where I have mentioned few, of course. I mean, probably this libraries are you are using in your code base right now. So for Angular Material, or you might be using NgX Bootstrap or Ng Bootstrap. Of course, probably you are using NgRx and RxJS for sure. So all these libraries are something which you use. So you can apply the same things here. So remember, there are a lot of questions which is being asked on Stack Overflow. You can create contents about it. You can also help them test a new release whenever they do it, right? For example, RxJS has a new version for now 7.x.x, right? And a lot of applications internally, probably even though they might have upgraded, are still on 6 point something, 6.7 point something, or 6.4 if I'm not wrong. So what you can do is, I mean, so RxJS team said, okay, there won't be any breaking change, but we won't be able to ship the what you can say, the option to upgrade or upgrade the code base. So what you can do is just try out, right? So just upgrade on your local workspace or to Angular, RxJS 7.x, and then see if you are getting some error. I just recently did it. There was no error. There was one deprecation which was, or you can say there was an option to use subject. So they said in case you are calling subject.next, you have to make sure that subject is defined as void. Earlier it was not required, now it is required. That's the only thing which came in my application, probably which will be the case with most of the application. But yeah, I mean, these are the things how you can actually help improve the application. You can say, okay, I did RxJS upgrade for my application which has like for 3,000 4,000 components and nothing broke. So it will give you it will give the confidence to the community that okay, yeah, RxJS team did something and it is not breaking my application, so I can upgrade too. Same goes with, let's say, Angular Material says, okay, now we are in future, let's say they are still into converting all the component to MDC, right? So material design components. So in case they release it in future, you can tell community, okay, I did this migration and everything worked fine. I am using Angular Material. I have my own let's say Angular library built on top of Angular Material, and nothing broke. I have like thousands of component, or let's say 500 component, and it works really great. So of course, the you're just saying it, I mean, but it will help, or it will motivate another million of or thousands of developers to migrate as well. They will say, okay, he tried. I mean, 500 component is of course not small, so I think I should be able to migrate it easily. And in case they have some questions, you can help them. Stack Overflow, blog posts, videos. This is how you can help the community, right? Same applies to NgRx. Most of the time, NgRx now uh, goes like parallelly with Angular releases. So whenever Angular has a new release, NgRx also have release. So in case they add new feature, they add new functionality, or they deprecate something, just go ahead and test it. You don't have to do anything. You just have to take your code base. I'm sure some uh, even though you are working for your organization, you don't have like work for 40 hours a week. I'm sure you don't. And if you have that, I mean, sorry for that, but yeah, I mean, you can give some time to actually test those things, and this is how you can actually help Angular community grow. You can like put confidence, show confidence to the community that yes, everything works fine. In case you have some suggestions, you have some PRs, I will say never be scared. Go ahead and send the PR. Go ahead and send the suggestions. Everyone is really will be really happy to listen to your suggestions. Now, Angular team is opening RFCs. So in case there is anything, there is any suggestion, there is any thought which you have in your mind, just go ahead and comment on the RFC, right? And just share your thoughts as well. What else, how you can also help the community, Angular community grow? So there are a lot of libraries which needs funding. NgRx is one. RxJS doesn't take funding, but there are other libraries which you might be using in your own project. So in case they are not available on GitHub sponsor, I will always suggest go ahead and check on GitHub sponsor first. If they are available, they are accepting funding. In case they are, I mean, I'm sure $5 a month will not cost you anything, right? So 350 rupees for around not more than 400 rupees per month. I'm sure everyone is making enough money to give 400 rupees per month to the project which you are using in your project. And if you're wondering why I should do that, I mean, of course, you are getting some benefit out of it, right? I mean, you are using it for free. Don't expect your organizations to do it. I mean, take the first step. In case you can convince your organization to support those projects, nothing like that. In case you are in position to actually convince your organization to do that, I will say just take the step. Now GitHub sponsor program supports the funding from the organization as well. So organization can, a lot of organization has their own uh, budgets to support all these activities, so they can actually pay from their own organization account to GitHub sponsor program. In case they are not available on GitHub sponsor program, check out them. They should be available on Open Collective. For example, NgRx, they are available on Open Collective. You can start as minimum as much as $1 to, I mean, whatever you can pay. So I right now I support a lot of developers on GitHub sponsors. Open Collective is broken for me because of Indian credit card, but soon I'll start doing that as well. I mean, once I get my credit card here. What else? What I mean, of course, you did all these things, but what's there for you? You might be wondering, right? I mean, okay, I did all these things. I contributed to open source. I actually helped the community grow, and I started my own meetup. I started my own live streams. I wrote blog posts. I created videos, contents. So what's there for me? Of course, I mean, you don't have to expect it. You will get it anyways. But believe me, at the end, you can actually become a Google developer expert, and you can actually share your knowledge with larger community, because Google developer expert enables you to reach to the wide audience, and you can become one of the experts, share your talks, share your thoughts at the conferences, meetups, just like I'm doing right now. So this is what is there for you. And of course, there are many other programs which you can become part of it, but right now I'm talking about Angular. So yes, you can become GD for Angular as well. And what one more thing, I mean, so yeah, so yeah, this is the thing, right? So you can become a Google developer expert, and at the end, of course, you will feel successful. But one thing which I will focus more on is be consistent. So this is the last point here, but I'll focus more on that okay, be consistent. In case you are doing it, don't expect things to move around like, I did for a month and then I didn't got anything, no one helped me, even my blog post was seen for only 1,000 times, 2,000 times, and I didn't got that much visibility. Look, everyone starts at zero, right? Even the number starts at zero, so everyone has to start from the zero. So this is where it starts. So it will go up. I mean, whatever you are doing, just keep doing it. I mean, even if you get like 10 developers you can help out with your blog post, I mean, that's enough, right? I mean, that those 10 developers will multiply. Those 10 developers will say, okay, I wrote a blog post from Suhas, and that was a really nice blog, you should check it out. That's how the things grow, right? And so that's where I'll say be consistent, but don't forget to take a rest. Don't do it too much that you have a burnout. take enough time, take enough rest, and don't take more than what you can do. So if you think, okay, I can just only, let's say, write one blog post per month, nothing like that. Just write one blog per month. That's absolutely fine. And apart from that, how ask for help in case you need any help from the community. I'm sure everyone is reachable. You can always reach out to me on Twitter, and in case you want, and in case you are not on Twitter, just send me a DM on LinkedIn. I'm not that much active, but I will be, of course, will be able to see your DM and respond to it. In case you want to get started with open source contributing to the Angular, I'll suggest start with Docs. Docs is the like one of the place where you can easily start with, and not easily, but yeah, I mean, you can start with the documentation. There will be a lot of help provided if needed. And in case you are already comfortable with, I will suggest go ahead and check out the Angular CLI code base as well. Probably you can help there as well. And Angular material is the another code base or a repository which is part of Angular. In case you don't want to touch Angular right now, there are many libraries, as I said, NgRx, RxJS. There are a lot of other libraries which you might be using in your code base. Just check your package.json, see how many Angular libraries you have, if they need help. Right now, Angular has upgraded to Angular 13, in case you're not aware. So Angular 13 came with Angular package format, which is which will be now just uh, which will be IV compiled, IV compiled libraries. And so Angular has something called partial mode. So in case you are using any libraries within your project and you think, okay, this is something which is not available in Angular 13 right now, just go ahead and raise an issue, or just help them to upgrade that library to Angular 13. The reason being, if you are not aware, right now, whenever you do npm install, you might have noticed ngcc, Angular compatibility compiler. So what ngcc does, I'm not going to go into more detail. So it just recompiles your code, I mean, in the compatibility mode. So that's an extra process which is done, and it consumes a lot of resources, believe me. So by upgrading the libraries to Angular 13, that ngcc will not be required anytime. So you will be helping like other developers, thousands of developers who are using that particular library, to reduce their time to compile or to install or to build the code base, right? So that's how you can help right now. I'm sure there are enough libraries which needs to be migrated to Angular 13. And thank you. So in case you have any questions, you can ask, and I'll be here. And in case you don't have any questions right now, just reach out to me on Twitter or reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll be more than happy to help you.
Yep. Thanks, Santosh. So thanks for the session, guys. If you have any doubts, you can reach out to him. This is Twitter handle Santhosh Yadav Dev. So once again, thanks, Santosh. So thanks for all the points.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So the next session is by Maina. Like he'll be talking about busy TypeScript developers guide to the TypeScript type system. So over to you, Maina. You're on mute.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my name is Maina Wycliffe. I'm a software engineer at Skyhook Adventures, and we'll be hiring very soon in the next couple of months. We are basically like Airbnb, but for trips or adventures all over the globe. So today I'll be talking about TypeScript, which we use extensively. And the goal of my work, of my talk today, is basically to go over some of the things that you can do to improve your TypeScript skills and how you can get the most out of it. So the first question you need to ask yourself is, what is TypeScript? First, it's compiled to JavaScript, so it's a superset of JavaScript. So we don't have like a TypeScript runtime. So at the end of the day, all TypeScript needs to run in the browser, and browser only mostly support JavaScript. Of course, they support other languages. So it has no runtime impact. So most of the time it is compiled to JavaScript. add support for like new ES features, script features, like ES22, which can be compiled back into older versions of script, which are compatible with more browsers. It also provides more tooling like language server, tighter controls with editor. What this allows us to do is basically be able to have better features or better tooling that will allow us to catch errors in both our TypeScript and JavaScript files. So this tooling doesn't just benefit us TypeScript developers, it also benefits all those of us, those who use JavaScript. So below here I have a simple example whereby I show you the power of TypeScript, whereby I have a variable which is which has a type of number, and if you assign it the correct type, it doesn't throw an error. Well, if you assign it a long type, in this case I'm assigning it a string, it will throw the following error, which is type string is not assignable to type number. So what the type system it really is, the question you need to ask yourself is, why do we have a type system? Because the key differentiator between JavaScript and TypeScript is the type system. So types helps you declare your intention. I think to think about this is, if you're an architecture designing a house, if you don't provide the dimensions or architectural requirements or drawings or floor plans, no one is going to know what you're building. And the same applies to TypeScript. You need to be able to provide intention or to declare your intention so that you say, I have this function which returns a certain type. And if you return a wrong type, or if something changes along the way and the type changes, TypeScript is going to tell you, hey, stop. You need to look at your code because you already declared the intention. Well, TypeScript has an inference system which is very powerful. I usually advise people not to rely on it because you are relying on your code to automatically determine your intention. Well, I think you should be more explicit with that. So you need to be able to give types on most of the cases, and then TypeScript will be able to look at your code and say, this is correct or this is incorrect. Another way to think about the type system in TypeScript is that it's a set of values. What this means is, if you say something is a number, it can only be numbers. So it can be anything from 0, 1, 10, 50, 1.3, but it cannot be anything else. The same thing applies to string. The same thing applies to Booleans, arrays, where basically when you talk about an array, you're talking about an array of numbers, an array of strings, or an array of objects, or an array of any, which is basically means it could be anything. So in essence, when you're thinking about TypeScript or the restriction around types, you're thinking about what numbers or what set of values can be assigned to a variable. The same thing applies to unions. When you declare a union, you basically saying that I want to declare this variable, which can be either this or that. And TypeScript basically looks at that and says, what are the types of the first variable, the first type, and what are the types of the second, what are the values of possible values of the second type, and then combines that to create the possible values for that type. So I've given an example here of a literal type, which basically means you specify very specific strings or constants that are typed. Like in this case, we have a switch status, which could be either on or off. And possible values can only be those two, either on or off. If you assign something else, it will throw an error telling you that that something else is not assignable to type on or off. Let's talk about type narrowing. So one of the most one thing that happens when you're writing your code, I don't know how many people have come across this, but at some point you should have. But when you're writing a code, you always come across imprecise types. A good example is when you declare a union type of number or string, or you have something of type unknown, and you want to use it as a very specific type. So type narrowing is that process whereby you use the codation flow of your program to basically type check or check the type of the variable before using it. So in this example that I've given here, we have an input which can be either a number or a string. But if we said we wanted to multiply that number, we cannot multiply a string. And one thing we can do is we can use JavaScript type guards, which basically help TypeScript to understand that you have checked the type of the input, and you have checked if it's a string, and then use it as a string. Otherwise, use it as a number. And this is very important. I cannot emphasize enough understanding what about type narrowing, because every time you come across a program whereby, or a third-party API integration, or even your own program, where possible values change depending on the input, and you need to be able to say, oh, this could possibly have multiple values, and I need to be able to type to narrow it to a very specific type before using it. One of the most popular use cases for this is always undefined, whereby, especially let's talk about environment variables, which are either string or undefined, which is a very good reason because someone could have forgotten to set that environment variable. And you need to be able to narrow that to string without asserting. And one piece of advice, don't rely too much on assertions, because what you're basically telling TypeScript is, shut up, I know what I'm doing. And what you want to be able to do is tell TypeScript, these are the possible values, and I want to narrow this, so that TypeScript looks at your program and says, okay, your program works okay, and gives you high confidence. So let's look at a few ways we can narrow types. We already talked about type guards in the previous slide. And something interesting about type guards is they are JavaScript, so they're inbuilt into JavaScript, so they are available during the runtime. So this won't just work during the compilation process, but will be used when your program is running. And they can check the primitives among others. So they can check if something is undefined, they can check something is a string, they can check if something is a number, an object, etc. So the next the next form of valuing is called truthiness narrowing. This is where basically you check if a value, the value of a variable is truthful or truthy. So basically, this makes sure that it's not undefined or null. That is, it has a variable on it. A good example I gave previously was about environment variables, whereby their default types in TypeScript is either string or undefined. If you check for truthiness, the value gets narrowed down to string. So if it has a value, it can only be a string. The third one is instance of narrowing. This is another one provided from the JavaScript, but available in TypeScript. But basically checks if a value is an instance of a class. So in this case, I'm giving you an example of an input, which could be either string or date. And you probably want to use date differently compared to string. You probably want to convert it to string, maybe to something like .isostring. While to date, you want to, if it's a string, you want to basically do something like from string, then convert it back to isostring. So if you try to use a string as a date or a date as a string, it's going to throw an error. And this is why I use instance of to check if the input is an instance of date. And if it's an instance of date, then you have high confidence that you can basically call date class methods. Well, if it's a class, you need to convert it into a date class method before using it. Another form of narrowing, it's the in operator, another one provided from JavaScript or available in JavaScript. So those are four ways of narrowing that are not only available in TypeScript, but available in JavaScript. So this code also runs in your browser. But in this case, you check the four properties inside an object, and then TypeScript to basically look at that and say, so if this object has width and height, it must be a rectangle. And if it has only radius, it must be a circle. And TypeScript will basically narrow that for you. Another way of narrowing types, and this one I wanted to give it some dedication because it's a larger topic, just not for narrowing, but can be used for other things. It's called discriminated unions. So if we had like an object which had a common field that our common literal member basically saying something, basically having a field that is of a literal type. So in this case, on your right, you can see we have a shape in our rectangle and circle, which defines what kind of shape it is. So that's our literal member. We can use that field to basically narrow the type by checking its value. So if you look at our function to calculate the area, we are basically saying if shape equals to rectangle, then shape, there's a typo there, sorry about that, but that shape should be rectangle, and in the second case, shape should be circle. I'll correct that one later. But basically, you have you add an extra field that determines the type of object or defines the type of object, and then use that field to determine to narrow that type based on its existence. Another advantage of this is that it's still available in runtime, so which means the code will still work in your JavaScript or Node.js environment. This is another way, an interesting way of narrowing types, in that you can combine all the other narrowing types to create your own custom guides or custom guards, which will allow you to sort of like have shortcut functions that can indicate to TypeScript that this type has been checked and it is of this type. So in this case, we have a function called a selectagon, which is returning a type predicate. So shape is rectangle is the predicate here, and it takes in the form of like shape, which is our parameter, and then is rectangle is our type, which we have defined previously. And what we are going to do is we are going to check inside the object shape and check if it has width and height in it, and then return true. In this case, we are saying, or we are telling TypeScript shape is rectangle. Otherwise, if it's false, that shape is not rectangle. And what we can do with this is that we can now, instead of every time we want to check if a shape is a rectangle, we can always, by doing all that control flow where we say width in shape, we can just basically call the function, which is rectangle, then pass in our shape. And if it's true, it's rectangle. If it's false, it's not rectangle. This is the type predicate is mostly a TypeScript thingy, so which means it's not available in runtime, but the function does exist in runtime. So now that we are done with type narrowing, I wanted to talk about two very controversial things in TypeScript. Not controversial as such, but interesting. Let me use the word interesting, because when I use controversial, people go into a different direction. So we have TypeScript has two types. It has any, which has existed since the initial version of TypeScript, and we have unknown. And both have their uses, their advantages, and their advantages. Unknown was introduced in version 3.0 of TypeScript, and the goal of it was to take off some of the uses of any. So any has a few disadvantages, and why you should avoid using it as much as possible. One thing you have to note about any is that it overrides the type checking. So if you say something is of type any, TypeScript assumes it has everything in it. So if you have a shape and you're accessing an edge, TypeScript will be like, that's okay, it could be anything. And it's basically used mostly for compatibility with JavaScript libraries or external APIs that are too large to type check or to write types for. So this should be used very rarely or not at all, if you asked me. So, and this is where type of unknown comes in. And this is when we say this type is coming from, this variable is coming from an external API, and we don't know anything about it. And the one advantage of unknown is that you'll never be able to use it without narrowing types, and as we talked about previously. So you need to basically tell TypeScript what the type is. So you can do this by two options. You can either use type narrowing. So in this case, you can use type guards to basically check if it's a string, an object, or something. Or you can use assertions. This is where you basically tell TypeScript, I know what the type of this is, and it's this object. Type assertions should not be used very often. and you should restrict their usage a lot, because every time you use it, you're basically preventing TypeScript from type checking your code. Although one thing to notice, of late TypeScript is very good with type assertions, and will be able to look for compatibility between two objects being asserted. So if an object doesn't have a lot of any overlapping fields, TypeScript is going to throw an error. But for unknown, you have to remember anything of type unknown TypeScript doesn't know anything about it. So if you assert it into something else, TypeScript is not going to help you much there. So you need to be able to rely mostly on type narrowing rather than assertions. And when we talk about assertions, we are talking about two types of assertions, where you assert it of a certain type, or null assertions. And this is when you use you assert it as not null using the exclamation mark operator. Avoid both of those as much as possible. Another interesting type in TypeScript is the never type. And the reason this is interesting is because TypeScript uses this to indicate something that will never be. So the first example I've given here, this is copied directive from the TypeScript documentation. And basically, this says if a function, this basically infers that if you're calling a function that throws an error, then the return type is never. So basically, that situation will never happen. If you assign a variable to type fail, it's going to have a type never, and you can not use that at all, because it's a situation that will never occur. And that's the whole goal for never type. So it indicates situation in which case in which are not going to happen at all in your code. So if you look at your example on your left, which have a function whose input of variable x is either a string or a number, you see that I'm checking for string, then doing something with a string. I'm also checking explicitly for number, so which means I have checked for the possible types of x. And if I go into the third logic control for else, then type of x is never, because that's a situation that will never happen. If you see something that is assigned type never, that is something that will never happen, and you cannot use it in TypeScript, because as far as TypeScript is concerned, that will never happen. So let's talk about template return types. So this helps you to compose types from other types using sort of like strings, something like template literal strings in JavaScript. In a lot of ways, they are very similar. So they rely on literal types and build on top of that. But what they do is try to allow you to combine different strings in a different way, so that you can be able to create more explicit type or expand types into different combination. So let's take the example below. So we have we are defining a box with smaller boxes in it, which has a length of 1, 2, 3, and the smaller boxes. And we want to define and a height. So that length is going to be a square, so it's going to have 9 boxes in it. And we want to have 9 boxes. If we wanted to create that type, if you look at the type smaller boxes too, that's how we define it. But with template returns, we can just basically define the length and the height, and then combine those to create that type automatically for us. That means if we wanted to increase the length to 4, we just we add an extra union on the length, and then we get 16 different types. And the same goes to the number you want to increase. You can also add a second parameter if it's not a square, so that it's it has like a 2 by 3 dimension or 9 by 5. And then you can define different types for each of those. Another powerful thing in TypeScript, and this is something I haven't seen a lot of people use, is utility types. But it's a favorite of mine. But what it basically allows you is to manipulate types or create types from existing types. So I have 5 examples here, which each do a very specific job. But I would really like you to do this in your free time, or if you want to learn more about utility types, go to the TypeScript documentation. There are more there. Go to look up for other libraries that have utility types that expand on those. But in essence, what this allows you is to basically take a type and then create a new type that has different properties. If you take a look at the first one, which is the partial type, it takes the person which has no partial members, that is the name in the person is required, and then makes it optional or makes it undefined. The second type is required, which I have another typo here. I should have checked that. But it takes in, this should be required. Sorry about that. So the second one is required, but basically it's the opposite of partial, which takes all members of a function and then does the opposite. That is, removes the undefined option. That one is read-only. Basically marks a type, a field as read-only, so that they cannot be modified. The fourth one allows you to pick certain fields for a type, and this is very useful, especially when you're doing testing, because it means that you can have this huge object, and you only need a subset of the properties, and you can define a type using pick and say, I want to take this type instead of creating a new type. Instead of defining a new type with those objects in it, I can say, take this object, pick these fields which I'm interested in, and use only those. And because of how TypeScript typing works, it means if you pass the whole object which has those fields in, has extra fields in it, it will still works. But when you're testing, you can write very specific. Your test doesn't need to have those extra fields that are not required by that function. Omit, on the other hand, works the opposite of pick. The reason I picked it is because it's the opposite of it. And this basically says, take this object and omit these fields. So if you look at those two examples I'm giving, I have the same type, person with name and age. One I'm picking age, and the other one I'm omitting age. And the type new person changes to having an age field in the pick option, while on the omit option, it only has name in it. Iterative types are very powerful indeed, and you can use it to do all sorts of things. And there are libraries that extend this so that you have functions like deep partial. Most of these are only applied to the top level elements, and you might need to basically add that field to the very last element in an object and things like that. Let's talk about generics. Generics are more often misused in programming and used in places where they shouldn't be. And it's a huge topic, which I'll probably take another 30 minutes to explain. But I'm going to gloss over the details and make you help you understand the importance of generics, especially from a consumer perspective rather than a creator perspective. But generics, especially combined with the type system, most of us use generics every day without knowing. So what generics allows us to do is to create reusable components. So if you say you have a function that sorts an array, you don't really want to create a function that sorts a number array, another one sorts string array, another one sorts Boolean array, another one sorts an object array. What you want to be able to do is the actual act of sorting is similar, but you also want to have the benefit of it being strongly typed. So generics allow us to have a type variable, which we can pass into a function or a component and tell TypeScript, while the input of this argument or the return type of this argument is not known during the creation. During the consumption, it's known. And if we provide that TypeScript is going to basically make sure that the function has the correct return type and also accepts the correct type of input. So in our example here, we have a type identity, which accepts a type variable of type. And you can see what we are saying is we are going to be passing in an argument of that type. That is the type variable we passed in, and it's going to return that type. So this means whenever we call identity, TypeScript is going to accept a type variable. But as you can see below there, we are calling identity and passing a little type of X, but we are not passing the type of it. And this is where the type inference systems comes to help us a lot, because TypeScript is going to check the input is of type X, is of a that is the type of type variable that was passed, and it's going to infer that type equals to that type of input. If you want to change that explicitly, or you want to be very specific about your input, you can do away with type inference and basically pass in the type variable. And what this is going to do is it's going to basically check the argument is equal to the argument type is equals to the type variable that was passed in, and make sure the return type is the same. And another thing to note about type variable, it doesn't have to be one. It could be multiple ones separated by a comma, just like function inputs or function parameters or function arguments. And it could be also have default values so that you're able to restrict the type of it. Like I said, this is a very large topic, and Typescript has like a lot of documentation around this. Please do check that one out if you are very interested in this. And and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be able to answer as best as I can around generics, and also expand on generics around other languages, not just TypeScript. If you're interested to understand how generics works in different languages, especially those languages that are very strongly typed. So that's it for our talk today. I'm hoping I did not go very fast. I'll close it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the questions. You can reach out to me on Twitter at mycliffe _dev, or on LinkedIn, Maina Wycliffe. And I'll be able to answer any questions I have. You have not, I have.
Okay. So I think there are no questions, Mina.
Yeah.
So guys, if you have any questions, you can reach out to him. So this is his Twitter handle, as you can see in the banner, like Wycliffe _dev. You can reach out to him if you have any doubts. He'd be happy to help. And I also get the slides link, and I will post that in the description of this video. So once again, thanks, Mana. I think thanks for the session, and thanks for being a speaker for our for this conference.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Hi, Francisco. So the next session is by Francisco. Like, he'll be talking about optimizing web apps with Web API. So over to you, Francisco.
Yeah, thank you, Suhas. So let me share my screen, and then let's start with it.
Sure.
If anytime there is something like you don't hear me or you see something is not wrong, just tell me something. Otherwise, if I don't hear anything, I guess everything is right. So welcome, everybody. Today, we will talk about browser APIs, and we will see how we can use these in order to extend our applications. And thanks to these APIs, how can we even think to new feature for our web applications? As we will see, many of these APIs have the goal to close the feature gap with native apps, allowing to deliver as developers a richer experience to our user, and also offer these new features and functionalities that so far were possible only to native apps. We will go through many demos, and I will try to keep with these the whole session very entertaining, but we will also, of course, see some code behind each API. However, I will focus more on the live examples and stress how we can use these APIs in order to give you some ideas how we can use in the specific project or in a specific requirement the different APIs that we will see. However, at the end of the talk, I will give you the URL to the GitHub repo with all the code and the live demo, so you can play with it. In the code, I left many comments so that it will be very easy to go along and it will be kind of a self-explanatory. Now, if you look at the main image on my screen and you're wondering whether we can launch a space rocket with our browser, well, the answer is not completely yet, or at least I would not try it with Safari. However, JavaScript went to the space. Here you can see the Dragon 2 console that uses a Chromium, JavaScript, and C++ for the touch commands. It's the first spacecraft that uses touch screens. It's a very different image from the classical idea I have, at least, of the space shuttle with thousands of mechanical buttons. Here, the Dragon interface makes an extensive use of web components and, as I said, JavaScript. However, we can make the best out of these browser APIs or in general JavaScript, even though we don't have to go over the space with our project. And we will see how today. Before proceeding further, let me introduce me with a couple of words. My name is Francesco Leardini, and I work as a senior consultant and Angular trainer at Trivadis, now part of Accenture. I'm working as a full stack, so using a .NET and the C# as a backend side, but I focus a lot on UX and also UI, complex UI improvement, and of course, progressive web apps, and I love Angular. Therefore, this will be the focus of our talk today. But enough about me. Let's start our API journey. The first API we will see is called Page Visibility API. This API provides events we can listen to in order to know when a document changes visibility. So if the page gets visible or hidden by its user. This is very convenient nowadays when the user has huge monitors with maybe 20 or more browser tabs or even multiple monitors. And therefore, we want to know whether the page is visible or not on the page. As a practical scenarios, we can think about a carousel showing a rotation of some products on sale or that we want to sponsor. In that case, we can stop the carousel to skip or to switch to the next product if the page is not currently visible. That way, we are sure that the user will never miss a product. Another possibility, a good use case for this API, is a client that is regularly polling data from the server in order to fetch always fresh data. In that case, we can stop it until the page is visible again. In that way, we can optimize the bandwidth and save some network traffic. And this is specifically important for mobile user, where bandwidth is very important. Let's see now our first demo. This is the demo that you will get the URL to, and we will use this for the session today. We will not have time to cover all the APIs, but in any case, you can get it later and you can play with them later. Each section will have the same structure. At the top, we have a description about the web API. What does it do? What is the eventual flags that you need to enable on your site in order to make it working? And this is important for the other APIs that we will see later that are a bit more still in an experimental, so draft stage. The middle of the page is, of course, the demo itself, and at the bottom is also very important, gives us a hint about what is the browser compatibility for this API. Here we can see this API is very well supported by almost any browser. And I always want to start with this API because I like to give good news as a first. We will see later that others API are cool, but still not very supported. However, we can still use it in some project and enable them if the user accepts or has a good, not a good, but a modern browser. For the Page Visibility API demo here, we want to play a video. And then when we change to a new tab, I would expect that the video will stop. So we'll say 4 or 5 seconds, I change it to the next tab. And we can see, first of all, that the tab at the bottom, at the top, sorry. Not very smooth. Okay, forget it, then we don't use it. At the top has a pause in the title. Now, when I go back to the page, we will see that the video will start exactly from the second we left, so 5 or 6, and then automatically will start again. Let's see. Exactly. So you can see we started again at 5. Now we can change, and again we have pause here, and the video has been paused, and so on. So this is a possible way of using this API. So in this case, we wanted to show automatically a video that gets stopped if the page is not visible anymore. Let's see the code behind. In the template, we have a simple video element, and we can reference with the variable video element, prefixed with a sharp. It's not very complex. It's just pointing to 2 different URLs, one and the other is for the fallback. In the component, we use the viewChild directive in order to get it a reference to the video element. And then, and this is the important part, we listen with the host listener. We with the host listener, we listen to the visibility change event that gets triggered from the document. And now, whenever the value of the document hidden changes, then we can apply our logic. For example, in our case, I get a reference of my video element from the template, and if the document is hidden, then we can invoke the pause method. We stop the video. Otherwise, if the hidden is false, means that the page is visible, then we can play it again. Nothing else. Here also we change the page title just for the demo purposes. But this is the code from 17 to 26. This is the part of code important in order to apply the logic according to the page visibility. So very simple yet very powerful, and can help us in optimize our applications. Our API is the next API is one of my favorite, is the Wake Lock API. Typically, and this is very useful for mobile devices, where typically after 15 or maybe 30 seconds, the screen goes in standby and then simply is blocked, and we cannot do or interact anymore with the screen until we block it again. With the Screen Wake Lock API, we can we have a mechanism to get a lock or a so-called sentinel that allow us to prevent the device from dimming and locking the screen. This is very useful when we have, for example, a presentation web application that keeps the screen on, active, while displaying its content. For example, a university showing or displaying some data that the student has to look at and understand. So not very easy that they can simply read and scroll down. Maybe there are some math formula, so they need the time to read and stay on the same position of the page. Therefore, with this API, we can prevent that the user goes on standby. Or if you are like me, I'm Italian, I like cooking, and then we are sometimes making some recipes. Maybe our hands are dirty and we cannot unlock easily our device. Then this API might be very useful. Think about if you are in a situation like this. It's not exactly convenient with the hands full of caramel, for example, to unlock our device. And for these and other cases, we can use this API. Let's see how. For these, I will use also a mirror of my phone. The application that you will get, a full progressive web app, so it's also possible to install on a mobile device. And I will show you side by side how does the showcase. So now I leave the phone, and I would expect that after 30 seconds, my phone will go on standby. In the meantime, on the desktop version, I will describe what is the logic behind. First of all, we need a secure connection in order to use this API. And then we need a user interaction. That means that we need the user to click a button, or like in this case, a checkbox, in order to acquire a sentinel. From this moment on, then on this device, for example, then the screen will be active. Now you can see here that I have a second checkbox, because every time we leave the page, then we release the lock. So that if I would get the lock and then I go to another tab, and you can see now my screen on the mobile went blank. But now I will request the lock, so we can see Wake Sentinel is active, and I will go on talking, and we will see that the phone will not go on standby. So I was saying, even if we require the wake lock, and then we navigate back to a different page, then let me show you the console log to better explain that. I go to another tab and I come back. We can see that the wake log has been released, but then the wake log has been reacquired, because I said, okay, I want it to be reacquired again. This is by default. Whenever we leave the page, the Sentinel lock is released. And I will describe you more in detail what does it mean. In the meantime, we leave this page here, so we can see that it will not go on standby. We can just have it side by side. Okay. So in here, I click the checkbox, and this will invoke the locked enable change on my component side. And then, according to the value of the checkbox, so true, false, I invoke or I release the lock. Let's say it's the first time we check it, so the value is true. Therefore, we go in this request wake lock method, and we invoke over the wake lock object, we invoke the request method passing the screen, at the moment the only available parameter to the method. This returns a promise that once resolved, give us a wake lock sentinel object. From this moment on, we have locked the screen, so the screen will not go on standby. And then here I just add some flags in order to be able to show you on the demo some nice flags. So if it's locked or not, and maybe green or red, in order to better explain whether we have or not have the lock sentinel. We can always release the lock. For example, if we destroy the component, we want to release all the resources. In that case, we can invoke the release method on the wake lock sentinel that we got before. And this will release the wake lock sentinel and allow the device to go on standby mode. The cool thing is that we can also combine two different APIs. Here, for example, you can see that we combine the visibility API that we explained just before with this API, so that if we requested and we got the lock once, and then we navigate somewhere else, and then we come back, now we can check that if the user expressed the wish to reacquire the wake lock, then I can automatically, behind the scene, request the wake lock again, and therefore automatically the screen will remain active without the user having to interact again with the UI. This is possible because the user granted explicitly this permission somehow at the beginning, so we can keep this information. So again, very simple to use it. Now you can see I went on talking and talking and talking, but on the right side on my phone, I didn't interact with it, and still it is active. This is because we set the wake lock. Therefore, unless I will switch it off, it will simply stay active. Very cool. Ambient light. Ambient light interface is part of the sensor APIs and allow us to interact and leverage the usage and the cool functionalities provided by the hardware sensor on a target device. In this case, for example, a mobile phone. The ambient light interface allow us to get information about the current light level or illuminance of the area around our device. So I can use my phone to detect how bright is my room or how dark is my room at the moment. And this could be very interesting to create functionalities that are similar to or the same as Google Maps, for example. If we have Google Maps on a bright day, it is with bright colors and very high contrast. However, if you cross a tunnel or if we open the device at night, the native app automatically understands that we are in a dark or not so well illuminated environment, and therefore automatically switches to the dark mode. And this is possible also for web apps now with this API. This API is still is cool, but is still in experimental phase. Therefore, you can see that the support is not that great. Moreover, you need some extra flags to be enabled in Chrome in order to test it. Of course, it doesn't work on my desktop machine, but we can use it on my phone. You can see that if I go close to my window, so a source of light, the light level somehow increases 300 or more. While if I go far away from it, the light level starts decreasing. And if I cover it, then we go straight in a dark mode, if it's 50 or lower in level. So you can see how even in a web application, we can automatically turn dark and bright mode for our users. That is very convenient if we have a blog, for example, and we wanted to avoid blinding our users if they read our blogs, articles at night, and maybe they have every time to manually switch to dark mode or bright mode. We can do this automatically thanks to the light sensor API. So we can make our web application smart enough to understand and use the phone hardware sensor and adapt according to the environment. It's always good for any, not only this, but any API that we always check if the specific API is supporting on the window or navigator object. If not, we can provide a graceful message, or we can simply hide this functionality to our users. It's up to us according to what we want to implement. In our case, we supported it, and then we can see that we can invoke an instance of this ambient light sensor, and then this gives back a sensor object. We need to request a permission to our users. And this is a chance for me to introduce another API, the permissions API. We can invoke over the navigator object the permissions and then query to get whether a specific permission has been granted. In this case, ambient light sensor, I pass to the parameter for the query. And the values could be whether it has been already prompt, whether it has been granted or denied. If denied, of course, we cannot use the API. The user refused to let us use the light sensor. But, and let's hope the user is generous with us, if the permission has been granted, then we can start reading the light value around our environment. And then we can invoke, we can use this callback on reading so that every time the value of the luminance changes, we can pass it as a parameter to any kind of logic or any kind of function we want. Here I made a very, very simple and absolutely not precise scala, so that whenever my phone reads the light value around my in the room, and if it's a 50 or less, then I decide that this is for me a dark environment. Therefore, I will switch my CSS to dark mode. So the whole website, the pages, and so will switch to a dark mode. Otherwise, if we are with a value of 51 or more, then it will switch to a bright mode. Extremely simple, as you can see again. Yet, we have just the constraint of these flags, but on the other side, we can provide something very, very innovative to our users that so far is not really common in web applications. So far, accessing through a web application a defined contact list has been always precluded to web apps. It was possible only to native apps. But this is no more thanks to the Contact Picker API. With this API, we can extract properties like name, email, phone number, address, and the icon of the contact from the contact list, and then make this available to the web application's context. Again, here we are assessing sensitive data for the user. Therefore, we need first user interaction to be trigger the contact picker dialog, and we need a secure connection. These are the prerequisites. And let's see. Of course, once again, I will use my phone because I cannot use this API on the desktop. Here you can see there is another way to show the user whether the API is supported or not. Here, for example, the button is on the desktop is disabled, while on my phone is enabled. So if I click on it, then I get straight to my contacts. And I can also choose which kind of properties or values I allowed to I want to get in my app, but the user is always free to say no, I just give names, or no, just addresses, and I can opt out for the other two. But in this case, let's say we take it all, and I get some test values, and we can see that now within my web application, I have, in a very, very convenient way and very practical way, I have all these three contacts with the information that I wanted. So this is much more convenient than having to go out of our web application, go in the contact list, copy maybe the email, then come back to our application, copy the email of our target contact in another field, then go back, copy the phone number, again, copy these, and let's imagine you have to do for 20 or more contacts. That's a nightmare. In here, I can select a multiple, and then I grab all this information, and then I can immediately fill all the fields, form, or whatever is the use case of our application. In here, again, always check if is supported. And then otherwise, when I click the button, I invoke the select contacts method. This API allows us also to fetch or to see which are the available properties thanks to the get properties method. The maximum amount of properties we can get are these 5 up here. So name, email, telephone number, address. So this is a street address and the icon. But we can also define to provide, because maybe we need just a subset of them, just a subset. Plus some options like if we wanted to allow the user to select multiple contacts. Once this setup is done, we can invoke the select method passing these properties or these parameters on the contacts object. And then we get all the contacts that the user selected once this promise is resolved. As soon as we invoke this select method, the native contact picker dialog will be displayed. The user selects the different contacts, click on done, and then this promise will be resolved with all the selected contacts. And from this moment on, we can do with this contact whatever we want within our application. Here, I just added some utility method in order to extract and parse the image from the blob object that we get back, or eventually get just the first address if there are multiple street addresses. But then we are free to do whatever we want. And once again, you can see it's a very, very convenient way to deal with these contacts. Way easier than having to switch context every time between our web application and, again, the contact list. File System Access API, it will be for today the last API that we will cover. It offers a new way to manipulate files locally and provide a much better experience for our users. It will give us the feeling of using a native app or actually a desktop application. This is because thanks to this API, we don't have to download a file and save it to a specific new location every time we want to edit it. But we can get a so-called file handle object, and we can use this as a direct bound to the physical file on the file system, so that all the changes that we do to the file will directly be streamed and saved to the local file without having every time to open a file save picker dialog. We can even implement with this API a cool functionality of autosave functionality. Maybe we invoke the save function with a timer of 30 seconds, 1 minute, so that let's imagine we have a huge text area where the user enters blog or markdown or whatever. We can still automatically, through a native browser API, so without third-party libraries or any other things, we can allow this functionality that automatically the file is saved without having to open more and more time, many times the save file picker. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that we need to provide read or write permissions. And these permissions are not persistent between sessions. That means that the first time we open a file, we automatically granted the read permission. But then when you click on save, we must explicitly give save permission, so write permission. When then we refresh the page or we close the browser and we come back then the day after, then we have again to grant the permissions. This is by design, and we cannot have any workaround yet, at least, about that. But let's see, how does it look like? Here is our sample, our demo. Let's see, we have the possibility of having a text area when we want to write text files or blogs with Markdown, whatever we want. I can open an existing file, for example, that I already prepared. For example, here we can see I open it, and we can see up here there is a little icon, new icon, and if I hover it, is written this page is allowed to view files. So this means that whenever we open through a user gesture again a file, this dialog is called file open dialog or file open picker, and allow us to give explicitly read permissions. You can see now that if I close, we can even get information about this. Now the cool thing is that if I edit here new, and if I save it, first of all, I'm prompted to give write permission. Say, are you sure you wanted to allow to write on this file? Yes, I'm sure. And now the icon here is slightly different. And the value is now the page is allowed to edit files because we gave write permission as well. But you can see that now I can go again, or write whatever I want, save, and that's it. I don't get any more save file picker dialogues. I don't get any more prompt file permissions. If I go back to somewhere, another route, and back here, the component is refreshed. But now, if I open the same file as before, we can see that our changes are straight there. It's a very nice way like this to keep saving, and the saves go straight to the file. Very, very convenient. And even though this is a web application, I have the impression that is like using Microsoft Word or any other kind of desktop application, for example. Very nice. The code. So when I click the open button, our open file local method in the component side is invoked. And this will then invoke the generic getFile handle. Is a private method that allows us also in the body to define file picker options. File picker options allow us to define, for example, whether we wanted to open the file picker on a specific file path or directory, whether we wanted to restrict the files to a specific extension, or whether we wanted to give a description to the text file. Exactly what we can see here. So we have the text files here, and we have a specific description for the button. That's it. Not very crazy difficult. The nice thing is, though, is the show open file picker method. This is the API method that to open a file picker. We have another one to open a save file picker when we wanted to save it, but it works the same and it accepts the same options. This method gives back, or let me show you better, gives back a promise that once resolved gives the so-called file handle or file system handle. In this case, we just get one because we want to select only one file. With this file handle, then we can keep it locally because we can reuse it later when we want to save to use this as a direct bound to the local file. Therefore, it's always good to keep it here locally. But on this file handle, we can invoke, for example, the getFile method, and this gives back a promise that once resolved gives us a file object. This is a default standard file object. We can invoke text to get the text file, we can get the size, the blob content, and so on. So here we open the text file that we read with the open, and we then initialize the text area. When we save, clicking the save button, then the write file method, local method is invoked, and here the API checks whether the write permission has been granted, otherwise will prompt us that, and then otherwise it creates a writable stream. And with this, we can simply write it to the stream, straight the content, straight to the file, nothing else. The save as does something completely or similar, but different in the sense that it creates the file handle brand new because we create a new file. Last thing we want to tell you in order to optimize this is that this file handle, we can even save it in a local IndexedDB, so that, for example, we can provide our user the last 5 or 10 files that have been opened, and maybe with this file handle straight open them next time that the user accesses the page or the web application. And with that, we reached the end of the session. I hope you like it, and I could show you something new that you didn't know, or even trigger your curiosity in order to explore, expand some feature set of your web applications. You can find here the URL to the GitHub repo where you have all the code and also the live demo. And then here some social media. And feel free to follow me if you're interested in general in the web topics that I post from time to time. Or if in the next days or next time, any questions pop to you. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Thanks, Francisco. I think till now there are no questions, and if you have any questions regarding this session, you can reach out to him to his Twitter handle. So that was very cool demo, Francisco. So thanks for that, and
thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll get the repo URL from Francisco, and I'll post that in the video description, guys. You can check out that later. Thanks, Francisco.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Okay. So the next session is by Marko. So he's the member of NgRx team. So like I feel very glad, like from a member of NgRx team, going to present a topic about NgRx Store in our conference. So I'm really excited about that. So over to you, Marko.
Thanks, Lucas.
Yep.
Yeah, so as Lucas said, today I'm going to be talking about NgRx. Before we start, let me quickly introduce myself. So my name is Marko Stanimirovic. I'm a senior front-end engineer at JobCloud, member of NgRx team, and organizer of Angular Belgrade events. In my spare time, I'm also a hobby musician. So as you probably know, there are two core NgRx packages for the global state management, NgRx Store and NgRx Effects. And today we will take a closer look at NgRx Store. Namely, we will walk through the list of tips and best practices for using these packages. For each tip, we will also walk through the example in order to better understand its importance. So the first tip is to put global state in a single place. If you're already using NgRx Store as a global state management solution, then don't split your global state between NgRx Store and stateful services. Try to keep the NgRx Store as the only source of your global state. Here, we will now see the example. So imagine that we have a songs component, and inside of this component, we want to display the list of songs along with composers. So we will have in our component, we will have songs with composers observable, and we need to create it somehow. On the other hand, from state perspective, we will have a stateful service, and in this service, there is a songs observable that contains list of songs. And also we have NgRx Store, and inside of the NgRx Store, there is a composer's feature state. So to combine these two things, we will use a combine latest operator from the RxJS package and combine songs observable from the song service, and we will select composers from the NgRx Store. And then we need to apply the mapping logic in order to append composer to each song. And this approach has several drawbacks. First of all, our songs with composers observable is not reusable, right? What if we want to, for example, to display the same collection in another component? With this approach, we actually need to copy the entire expression. Also, our component contains probably unnecessary business logic, right? And with this approach, again, we can end up with many dependencies in our component, because what if, for example, we want to consume the state from another stateful service? We need to inject that service as well, right? And if you asked me several years ago how to solve this, I will probably tell you, create a facade and move the combine latest along with the mapping logic to the facade. And then inside of the component, we can remove all the dependencies, inject only the facade, and use songs with composers observable. But facades have their own drawbacks. Because with facades, we will have additional layer for testing and maintaining, right? So also with facades, we can probably end up with some boilerplate methods. Because what if, for example, I want to dispatch the action to the NgRx Store when some event occurs in the songs component? With the current architecture, to do that, I need to create a method in songs facade that will dispatch that action and then call that method from the songs component, because I cannot dispatch the action from the songs component directly, right? Because I only have a facade as a dependency. So to get rid of, to solve these actually issues, we can simply move our entire global state to the NgRx Store. So in this example, we need to move our songs feature state to the NgRx Store. And our global state will look like this. So we will have two feature states, songs and composers. And then we can create select songs with composer selector by combining select all song selector that returns array of songs and select composers that returns dictionary of composers. And then we can apply the mapping logic that was applied before. Now, inside of our songs component, we can simply inject only the store and use this selector in order to get data. Okay, so the next tip is to use selectors for derived state. In other words, don't put derived state in the store. Here, you can see the example of musician's reducer, and inside of this reducer there is one case reducer where we listen to the search action, and when this action is dispatched, first we are calculating the value of filter musicians array, and then we are returning the new state value. But if I take a closer look here, you can see that our filter musicians property is actually derived from two state values. It's derived from musicians and from query. And if we decide to keep derived values, for example, if we decide to keep filter musicians as a part of our feature state, we should update this value in each case reducer where musicians or query is changed, right? In order to always get the latest value of filter musicians array. Also, our feature state will be larger. So the right way to handle similar scenarios, to handle derived states, is to use selectors. So we can create select filter musician selector by combining select all musicians and select musician query, and then we can apply the filtering logic. And then, as you can see, our case reducer is now much simpler, readable, and of course, it's easier for testing. We can now use our select filter musician selector in every component that we need that data, or in NgRx effect, for example, and we will always get the latest value of filter musicians because it will be recalculated every time when musicians or query properties changed. The next tip is to create reusable reducers. Keep in mind that case reducers can listen to multiple actions. So you can see that in this example. So here inside of our case reducer, we are listening to the 3 actions and perform the same state change. But what if at some point of time we get new feature and we realized that one of these 3 actions requires different state changes. For example, let's imagine that can activate action now requires different state changes. So in that case, never do something like this. Don't add additional conditioning logic in your case reducer based on the action type. It would be much better actually to create a new case reducer and move can activate action along with its specific state change logic to the new case reducer. And now, as you can see, we have two case reducer, but both of them looks much better. Okay, so the next step is very important, and it says treat actions as unique events. This is also known as good action hygiene, and in other words, don't treat actions as commands. Here again, you can see the example of our songs component. Inside of this component, we again select songs from the store in order to display the songs collection in the template. And if we take a look at our entry on init method, you can see that we are dispatching load songs action. Under the hood, load songs effect will listen to this action and fetch songs from the API. And here actually we are dispatching the command. You can recognize commands usually by their type. So for commands, inside of the square brackets, there is a name of the feature state that particular command affects. And in the second place, there is a command name. And commands can be defined for simple and isolated features, because in this example, everything works fine and there is no need to change anything. But what if, for example, want to display, like in our first example, if you remember, what if we want to display songs along with composers? If we treat actions as commands, then we need to dispatch another action, right? To dispatch the action in order to load composers. And you can see now that inside of our NgInit method, we are actually dispatching two actions sequentially. And here we come to one very important rule: don't dispatch multiple actions sequentially, because they can cause minor performance issues, but they can also lead to unexpected intermediate states. But the most important, this is the bad architectural decision. So we can fix this by dispatching a single action from our NgInit method, the single unique event, and then inside of our load songs and load composers effects, we can listen to the same action, to this action, in order to load songs and composers from the API. Here we come to another rule. So be consistent in naming actions, use source event pattern. Also be descriptive in naming action. It can help a lot in application maintenance, and especially for catching bugs. So here, as I said, use source event pattern. So in our example, you can see that source of our action is songs page, because this action is dispatched from the songs page, and the event is opened, which means that when this action is dispatched, our songs page is opened. And here we come to another advantage of applying a good action hygiene, of treating actions as unique events. So if we open the Redux DevTools and take a look at the action log for our example, when good action hygiene is applied, we can easily conclude what happened in our app, right? So here we know that user first submitted login form on the login page, then auth API responded that user is logged in successfully. After that, user opened the songs page, and then songs and composers are loaded from the API. Unfortunately, this is not the case with commands, because commands are reusable. They can be dispatched from multiple places, and we don't know their source. Okay, so the next step is to group actions by source, and it's related to the good action hygiene. Create action file by source, actually. So here you can see the songs page actions file and opened action, the action that we used before. And in this file, we should put all actions that are dispatched from the songs page. So we can have, for example, search songs or add composer action, in order to search song or add composer. Also, we will have songs API actions, and in this file, we should put all the actions that are related to our songs API. So, for example, here we have songs loaded success and failure action. And if you're already familiar with good action hygiene, you probably saw these two types of action files. So for the pages are for API, but also you can dispatch the actions from other parts of your Angular application. For example, we can dispatch actions from guards, and here you can see the composer exists guard action file, where we have can activate action. Okay, so we almost come to the end. The last tip for today is don't dispatch action conditionally. Don't dispatch them conditionally based on the state value. Here, you can again see the example of with songs component, but it's a bit different. Inside of the NgInit method, we are selecting songs from the store, then checking if songs are already loaded, and if they are not loaded, we are dispatching load songs action. But in general, we should avoid additional business logic in our components. We should move our side effects. It would be much better to move this side effect to the NgRx effect, right? And if we do that, this is how our effect will look like. So first, we are listening to the opened actions from the songs page to be dispatched. And when this action is dispatched, we are selecting songs from the store, then check if songs are already loaded. And if they are not already loaded, we are loading them from the API. And based on the API response, we are returning success or failure action. And now if we go back to our songs component, you can see that inside of the NgInit method, we only dispatched a single action. We dispatched unique event actually, and it looks much simpler. It's more readable, of course, and easier for testing. Okay, so we come to the end. I just want to conclude. So as you saw, NgRx gives you the ability to implement the same functionality in many different ways. However, some of the ways have emerged over time as best practices, and you should consider applying them in your application in order to increase code quality, maintainability, and performance in your Angular projects. Thank you very much for attention.
Thanks, Marco. So thanks for the session. Guys, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him to his Twitter handle. So as you can see, this is the handle in the PPT. So you can reach out to him if you have any doubts regarding this session. So once again, thanks, Marco. So thanks for being a speaker for our Angular Virtual Conference.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thanks, Marco. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, so the next session is by Alisa Duncan. She'll be talking about how to use test harness to write tests. So she's a developer advocate, software architect, and she's also community builder. And also she's a GD in Angular. She also organized meetups, etc. So let me take to her.
I hope you're enjoying the conference today. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you in person for the NgRx Angular Virtual Conference because the time zones are just not very forgiving. However, the conference organizers allowed me to submit a recording of my presentation, so I hope you'll enjoy it. Today, we'll talk about tidying up your tests and using component harnesses to write tests that bring you joy. I'm Alisa Duncan. I'm a senior developer advocate at Okta, an Angular GDE, co-organizer of Angular KC Meetup, and on the core team of NgGirls. I love learning about, discussing, and writing automated tests. I also enjoy reading books and drinking wine. You can follow me on Twitter, GitHub, and Dev2 at Alisa Duncan. First, let's talk about tests that don't bring us joy. Do your component tests feel cluttered? Is there a lot going on in your component unit tests, and it's hard to follow? Is it difficult to read and understand your component unit tests at a glance? Or maybe your teammates have said it's difficult to make changes or add new features into your component unit tests? Or maybe nobody wants to work on the unit test because they're so difficult to do? Do you want tests to focus on testing behavior without having to deal with querying the DOM or worrying about implementation details? You can tidy your tests and focus on writing meaningful tests with test harnesses. Test harnesses are a set of APIs in the Angular CDK that support testing interactions with components. The idea for this is based off of the page object pattern, which is commonly used to write integration-style tests. All Angular material components have test harnesses for them using the Angular CDK testing API as a base, and that is fully available for all components starting in Angular Material v12, although the effort started in v9, so if you're not on the latest versions of Angular, you might still have access to test harnesses. This is useful because it allows you to write tests that are easier to read. You're able to tell at a glance what's going on with the test and be able to contribute to it much easier as well. And your tests will use an API to interact with a component, which makes your test more resilient and less prone to breakage if anything in that underlying component changes. And it allows you and your team to write tests that focus on behavior instead of worrying about the implementation details of how to write the test. If you've written component-style unit tests where you have to query the DOM a lot, you know what I'm talking about here. So let's write a test and compare and contrast a test with and without harnesses so we can see the value. To do so, we'll have a sample application. Here we have a tidying task to-do app. We'll skip all the bells and whistles about this app right now and skip to the part that all to-do apps have, which is the list of tasks. In this to-do app, when you complete a task, you can check it off. And when you check the task, we'll add a strike through the text showing that it's completed. This behavior of checking the checkbox and adding the strike through on the text is what we'll look at in our example. So for context, the code that we'll look at looks like this. This is the component, and it is using Angular material. If you haven't used Angular material before, the thing to note is that all components have a mat prefix. So for a checkbox, we have a mat checkbox. And in our case, we're actually just looking at the ng class attribute directive, where we're adding the CSS class tidy task completed if the task is completed. In our example test without harnesses, this is what one might look like. I'm skipping all the test bed setup in this and diving straight into the test. So in this test, what we're trying to do is make sure that that CSS class tidy task completed matches up with whether the checkbox is checked. And the order of operations might look something like this. The first thing we want to do is get the checkbox. And we can do that by querying the DOM and looking for the selector mat checkbox, which is the Angular material checkbox element. Now we want to verify that the checkbox starts off unchecked. To do so, within that mat checkbox element, we query for the input element, and then look for the checked attribute on the native element and make sure that that starts off unchecked. And we also want to verify that the CSS class tidy task completed isn't on the checkbox. So we go back to the original checkbox element, look at the native elements class list, and verify that the CSS class tidy task completed isn't on there. Now we want to check the checkbox. To do so, we query the DOM again to find the clickable element of material checkbox, and that's the selector mat checkbox inner container. Notice we'd only know this by looking at the mat checkbox code, or if we dug around in Chrome DevTools. So we query for mat checkbox inner container and click and run change detection. Now we can go back to the input element and verify that the checkbox is checked. And we go back to the original mat checkbox element, we can verify that the tidy task completed CSS class is in the class list. So that was a lot. We had to query the DOM a lot. We had to understand the internal workings of mat checkbox. And it's not clear at a glance what exactly we're doing here. I mean, sure, we have a description on the test, but it doesn't seem to match with what we actually had to do. In contrast, a test with test harnesses might look something like this. Notice it's a lot shorter. In order to make it easy to compare and contrast, we're going to follow the same order of operations in the same sequence. So the first thing we want to do is get the mat checkbox test harness, and we're using a loader to get that. We'll talk about that API here in a bit. And then we want to verify that the checkbox starts off unchecked. We can do that using a public API on the checkbox harness, which makes it really easy to tell what we're doing here. Next, we want to verify that the CSS class tidy task completed isn't on the checkbox. Now we want to toggle the checkbox to check it, and we can do that with a public API as well. And now we can assert that the checkbox is indeed checked and that the checkbox has the class tidy task completed. So this test is not only shorter, it's far easier to read and it was far easier to write. We're able to tell at a glance what we're doing, all the steps that we're doing in this test. And it'll make it easier for your teammates to contribute to it and to update as things change. So we use the CDK testing API in that example. Let's take a look a little bit more into all of the API methods that's available. So the first thing we need to do is get a harness loader for our environment. This is a step that I skipped in that previous example. The Angular CDK testing library has environments available for unit tests and for EDE tests. And out of the box, it has support for Karma for unit tests and Protractor for EDE tests. Unfortunately, we know that Protractor has gone away, So you'll need to find a different framework to use for EDE testing. If you do use, let's say, Cypress for EDE tests and perhaps Jest for unit tests instead, then you'll need to find an environment loader that matches the framework that you're using. This would be found from the framework itself or from a third-party author. Angular supports out of the box Karma and Protractor, and in our examples, we'll use Karma unit tests, so we don't have to worry about loading an environment loader for a specific library. The first thing we'll do is get the harness loader for the environment. We can set up both the harness loader and the testbed harness environment from the Angular CDK library. So next, in the test fixture, you want to define a harness loader to use. In your testbed setup, after you've created the component fixture, you'll pass the component fixture into the testbed harness environment loader. And now you have a harness loader that you can use throughout your test. So once you have a harness loader, you can now get harnesses. There are several ways you can do this. The first way is to get an individual harness by calling loader.getHarness, and you pass in the type of harness you're looking for. In this case, we're saying map button. So what this will do is return either the first map button it comes across in the template, or it'll reject the promise. Notice we're using the async await pattern here. You can also get all harnesses of a certain type by calling loader.getAllHarnesses and passing in the type of harness you're looking for. So in this case, I'm getting an array of all map buttons that it has in the template, or if there are no map buttons in the template, then I'll get an empty array. Lastly, you can focus your search within a subsection of the component by creating a child loader. So here, I'm creating a child loader and passing in a selector. The selector could be something like nav or footer, or it could be a class, like I have in my example. Once I create this child loader, then I can load harnesses like we just talked about. You can also filter for specific harnesses if the component harness that you're trying to get supports this. And it will be different per component harness. It's very unique. So the map button harness supports searching by text. So now I can load all harnesses for map button that contain the text delete. For all component harnesses, you can access the host element. This is similar to getting the native element from a debug element if you've used that in your component tests. So once you have the host element, which is of type test element, then you can hover, blur, get computed properties, get the class list, things like that. You can also optimize for multiple actions by using a helper method, parallel. What parallel does is batches up multiple async operations and also optimizes for change detection. So in this case, in one go, I'm able to get both the whether a checkbox is checked and the label for the checkbox. So we looked a lot at the CDK testing API methods, but we didn't talk about material component harnesses themselves. However, we did use it in our example. So all material component harnesses implement those base CDK testing API, and will all additionally have a unique API that's based off of the component's functionality. For example, map buttons will have click, and we already saw map checkbox. You can get labels, you can toggle, you can get the checked status, things like that. Luckily, material component API documentation includes the test harness documentation as well. So if you go to material.angular.io and look up the component that you're interested in, on the API tab, there is a section for test harnesses. There you can identify what the public API is for interacting with the component, as well as how you can search if there's any querying filters available. So we've talked about the CDK testing API as well as implementations of it in Material. The really cool thing is you can also implement your own custom component test harness as well using the CDK API. This is particularly helpful if you have a core component that you realize a lot in your application. Maybe you have an implementation of a UI control, or you just have a component that you want to write a test harness for. Either way you want to go, this is a really powerful tool that we could use. So let's take a look at how to do this by going back to our to-do app. Now we'll look at some of the bells and whistles. We'll look at the top part. So how this works is you put in the task you want to complete, you want to work on, and then these hearts are sentiment radar. We're busy people, so we might need to optimize by the satisfaction that we get based off of completing the task. So if you had a task for tidying up a unit test, it would be a 5 heart rating. To give you a little bit of background, the component that we'll write the test harness for looks something like this. It's a pretty small component. Of note, we have the selector, app sentiment rating, and we have the template, which is just a bunch of map buttons. And the map buttons are map icon buttons that are either going to be filled hearts or unfilled hearts based off of the sentiment rating. So if you have a sentiment rating of 3, you'll have 3 filled hearts and 2 unfilled hearts. So the first thing we want to do is define the filter interface for support querying, because as we already saw, being able to search by particular filter is pretty powerful. To do so, we created an interface, sentiment rating harness filters, and extend from the base harness filter. Next, we want to identify how we want to search. And in our case, since it's a sentiment rater, it makes sense to search by rate. Next, to implement our component harness, we create a class, sentiment rating harness, and extend off a base class component harness. We also then define the host selector. And this should match the selector of your component that you're writing this test harness for. In our case, it's app sentiment rating. Next, we want to return all the UI elements on this component. And because in our case, we have a fairly simple component that's just a bunch of buttons, we can use the base class's locator for all method and use the selector button. If you have multiple different types of UI elements in here, there are other methods that's in the base class that you could use instead. Now note that we're not returning the buttons themselves, we're returning a function that returns the buttons. And this is done so that it optimizes for the current state of the buttons and for change detection. Next, let's think about the public API for this component. Since this component is a rating component, I expect that most people will want to get rate and set rate. So let's implement those next. To implement get rate, we first want to get all the rate buttons. Then we want to return the number of filled hearts, which will correspond with what the rate of this component is. And because we're making a couple of asynchronous calls in this, we can use that helper method parallel. Next, to set the rate, we first want to do some error handling because that's just prudent. Then we want to get the rate buttons and click on the button that matches the requested rate. So with that, we have a component test harness, but we still want to add the filtering. To do that, import the interface that we wrote. And then we want to create a static method with, which will return a harness predicate. We create a new harness predicate with the option rate, which is what we want to be able to search on, and implement the predicate. And how this works is we're just making sure that the requested rate matches the rate of this component. And with that, now we're completely complete with the component test harness. However, there's one more thing you really should do, and that is you should test your component test harness, which sounds super like test inception, and it's true. However, you created an API for your component, so you want to treat it as such. In order to test your test harness, you want to create a test host for the component and then write tests utilizing your component test harness. If you haven't worked this pattern of creating a test host to test your components, then check out the documentation on Angular.io in their testing section. I hope you're inspired to tidy up your tests now. If you'd like to learn more, check out my slides and my Tidy Task To-Do app on GitHub. In particular, the Tidy Task To-Do app has all of the source code for that tidy task to do, as well as tests with and without harnesses, so you can compare how that looks like across all different sorts of functionality of the to-do app. Additionally, I recommend checking out the excellent documentation on material.angular.io. They have a Angular material component harness guide, so that walk you through how to use component harnesses with Angular material to write tests. And they also have a test harness API in the CDK section if you are a library author or if you want to create an environment loader for your favorite framework. Lastly, I want to hear from you as you tidy up your tests, or if you have any questions, or you just want to talk about testing, or if you have any tips. I love talking about tests. Hope you enjoy this presentation, and I hope to see you in the future sometime at a conference.
Yeah. So guys, if you have any doubts regarding this session, you can reach out to her. This is her Twitter handle, Alisa Duncan, and I'll also get the GitHub URL and I'll post that in the description of this video. Okay. So, unfortunately, Uday won't be joining us. So this is going to be the last decision for Angular Virtual Conference. So this is by Pandian. He's a Microsoft MVP and lead software engineer. Like he's skilled on Angular, C# and NoSQL. So he'll be talking about how to handle the error in the best practices in Angular. So over to you, Pandian.
Yeah, thank you, Sugas. Am I audible? Is there any background noise?
No, Pandian, it's audible.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Sure.
Let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yep.
Yeah, great. First of all, thanks everyone for joining on the holidays, or someone will be having the weekend later activities.
Sorry to interrupt, Pandian. The screen is not yet shared.
Check now.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, Pandian.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining. Hope you had a wonderful time today and had some good learnings, or like someone will be new to Angular, or like someone will be experienced and brushing up some things, or like just having some discussions. Thanks for your time for joining and learning something new today, or like brushing up the already known things. So today we are just going to discuss about the Angular error handling, some of the best practices. What is the backstory of an error? The error can be anything in our application. Mostly we will delete as a developer mistake, but it won't be true. Like there will be external cases as well. So I'm just listed some top 5 things here. One can be a complexity of an application. Sometimes over a period of time, the application will grow and it will be difficult to handle the few logics, or like maintenance and here and there. The next thing will be like a communication between stakeholders. So maybe like AB team will be different, and like UI team will be different. The communication between each other will have some troubles, or like there will be some other things we'll be having here and there. So that will be one of the processes that may provide a issue or a error. And of course, there will be some other developer mistakes, like we would have used to some other random libraries at some point, or like some other design flaw. Those kind of things will be there. Sometimes there will be a time pressure to build a feature, or like we ourselves, even in our personal projects, we'll be trying out something for just to showcase our app. So that kind of things will be there, and especially the lack of testing. So um, we don't have a proper test in the places. So these like some of the common cases, and we have n number of causes to have an issue, or like the errors. So next thing what we can do is like we have some errors, and the worst thing is like we don't know what are the errors it is coming up. So the next thing will be like error handling, or like logging of the error. So how we can do that? The native way is like put a try catch flag. It will log the errors. In our UI framework case, when you put a console.log, it will just present in the browser console. So putting a try catch flag is like very native approach. And let's say like we have 100 of components, or like some other services or related business logics is present in the application. So it will be difficult to put try catch in each and every place, right? So instead of putting try catch in all the places, do you have any common approach to do that? Yeah, we can catch them all in one place. Angular provides a hook to handle the errors. For example, like I provided this screenshot right side, right? We can implement the error handler and build our own error handling part. Like we can override the existing error handlers and put our codes there, and we can handle based on our needs. For example, like if it is an HTTP error, we can able to log in a way, and if it is an UI related items, or like some other logic flaws, we can handle in some other way. So I just added a small snippet here, like handle error, and we will be having some demo on top of it. And after creating that custom error handler, extending the default error handler, we can include that part in our Angular application.
by giving that error handler in our providers and the classes. So probably we can capture both the client-side errors and the server-side errors in this thing. And we can have an error service, something like that. So we can process with some models. For example, like if error is having some default messages, we can properly display that or like log that. If there is no proper messages, we can do the stack trace and get the stack trace details and put those informations in our application. And also like I had put a navigator in the first line, first set of block. We can see like there is no internet collections, something kind of error message. It is a good kind of things, like even nowadays the proprietary web apps is able to do those kind of checks. Instead of people know they are disconnected from the internet, they will be keep on refreshing the app, or like they'll be navigating inside the application. It's like one of the interesting things, like in single page application, most of the scripts will be present in the browser. We most of them we didn't know, like the internet is a bit shaky, or like the internet is completely disconnected until we know there is an indicator to show that. So it's a bit tricky to see that. So these kind of things will make a user comfortable, like this is happening due to internet connection or like some other things. So and also like in the HTTP server side things, we have HTTP interceptor from Angular 4.x. To be exact, it is Angular 4.3.x. They provided a common way to capture the HTTP requests, like intercept those all the HTTP requests and responses and transform to our based on the needs. For example, like we can intercept only the 401 errors. It's like unauthorized error, and we can log or like take that particular part and put it in a centralized system to further analysis. That kind of things can be done in the HTTP interceptor. So those are the texts I put it in the slides. We can go to the demo. For this demo, we have only one component here basically, and we will going to have those things across the slides. All the slides I put, I'll explain those things in this demo. So here I have basically two buttons. One is to throw an error, and the another one is to throw the HTTP error. In the component TS, it is very simple. I just mentioned like throw an error, and another one is like a HTTP.get some URL, and I'm just subscribing. So this is something like some invalid URL. It will throw an error anyway. So there is no valid URL. So basically, I'm just taking this URL and trying to slash URL here, something like that. So it won't give any detail here properly. So we are going to capture those particular errors and show it in the UI. For showing into the UI, what I'm going to do is like in package.json, I had installed Angular material things. So here you could be able to see the Angular material is installed. So I'm using the snack bar, which is part of Angular material UI. It will just show some pop-up message kind of things. So I had included that in the app.module.ts. We could be able to see like a mat snack bar dot model. It can be anything. I'm just using the Angular things itself. So I have two things to show up next. One is like a global handler, error handler. So in the slide I had mentioned like we could be able to extend this particular part. Like we can create our custom error handler, and by implementing the error handler class of which is coming from the Anglo/core. So the code will be a little bit big, but it's not like a much complex thing. Here I created a class called a global error handler. It just implements error handler default things, and we could be able to see like, when this is particularly happening, this handle error will take care of the handling the errors. So the error will come here, and I'm just injecting some services here. So we'll go to the services part at next. What the individual things will do. So what I'm doing is like I'm just trying to get the messages, get server message, and it's showing as a error. So this notifier is nothing but a snack bar related things. For example, I'll just click this throw, just a snack bar. Probably I didn't give the proper CSS, so it's not showing the color, but it is having this close button, those kind of things. And we have this client message. the errors. So if it is a client error, it will show error message like this. So probably this error is a client error, and this one is like a service error. So when I click HTTP, it is showing like HTTP is failed during passing this URL, and it is showing up the error. So if there is no proper message in the HTTP request or something, it will try to get the stat messages. If we go to the service error interceptor, it is straightforward. Like I just intercepted all the requests. If the error status is equal to 401, I'm just refreshing the token. Otherwise, I will be throwing the error. So for example, like we will be having a single page application or like some other Angular application related to our will be hitting the database or the APIs frequently. Whenever people will switch between tabs each other, like, and they'll go for some other routes and come back to the application after some time, it will just hit the application. They will send some API calls. After that, it will show some errors, something like a token has expired or something. So that instead of that, I will just retry one more time. If it is some 401, we'll try to refresh token and give you a try once again. So this is like some of the best practice. So we could able to do it instead of showing the error straight away. We can use to generate the token once again and give a try and again. So this is like some of the two things I had added in this code. And error service is nothing but like just like a getter setter kind of a thing. I'm just getting the error message. If there's a proper message, we will just display it. Otherwise, we will throw the error whatever we receive from the module. Another one is like this is like a interesting thing I had mentioned about the progressive example. So for example, if I'm going to open the developer tools here. So here what we can do is like we have this option called network, setting the network type. I'm going to set it as offline. So if it is set it as offline, if you click HTTP, it will show no internet connection. What it actually do is like it will do the interceptions and check whether the navigator is nothing but like check the property of internet state. If it is online, we will show the exact HTTP error message. Otherwise, we will show like no internet connection, because we know like it would be like one of the example. So we have multiple preset options here. So first one is like a fast 3G, slow 3G. So these are like this can be handled with some exact format of connections, and when internet connection is very slow, we could be able to sense it and also make proper messages related to that. So this is like one of the interesting things we could able to achieve it. And next one is like I just keep it simple. Like I kept the console.log here. Instead of putting the console.log, we could able to log it somewhere in the databases or like Azure SQL DBs example, like whatever the endpoint, we can post the messages to the endpoints. So this will be like the common pattern. We could able to keep the services in one place and point to the different things. For example, like some people will log the HTTP related errors in one services and will be logging the client side related issues in another places. So that's like a quite possible things we can able to do it. So here, what are the errors we are getting or like the pop-up we are seeing, it will be logged in the console. So that this is the place which is bringing those informations. For example, like I'm just clearing it. If you click error, additional like my pretty error, basically like the error should be showed in the UI, also showing in the displays. So next one is like a notification service we are written. So it is like the UI pop-up we are seeing basically. So that's the thing. We have a show success, show error kind of information. The data will be passed to this, and the snack bar is coming via this notification service. So this is like a getting passed from the global error handling, for example. So it will like a log error. So these kind of show error, those kind of things is happening from there. For example, like we put a show success something. So it should probably so the color will be different basically. So that's the idea. If we imported the CSS of the material things, it will show properly. So the key takeaway is like instead of putting the try catch block each and every places, we could able to capture in the one global place by extending the error handler. The next one is like we can put a common HTTP interceptor to handle the errors. So that HTTP interceptor will be able to sense your intercept all the HTTP requests and capture only the required details. For example, like instead of putting these kind of things, even we can do something like this. The status is not equal to 200. So this is something another kind of example I'm just telling for the demo purposes. If it is like something like so I'm just putting a constructor log here. So if it is not a HTTP status is not equal to 200, means it's a non-success response, means log whatever it is coming. So these kind of things, customized things we could be able to do with the help of this HTTP interceptor. So these are the some of two use cases I wanted to explain today. So the reference is like indepth.dev and another itnext.io and reference those things. So those are the things I have today. So as Subha said, myself Pandian. So I was Microsoft MEP. So I've been diagnosed as Microsoft MEP last year. So I write tech blogs at efficientuser.com. If you get a chance, take a look. Thanks for time. Thanks NgKerlam and all the other sponsors for the session. Over to you, Subhas.
Yeah. Thanks, Pandian. So if you have any doubts, guys, you can reach out to him. So this is Twitter handle Pandian_cool. If you have any questions regarding this session, you can reach out to him, and also I'll get the reference link and I'll also get the Stackbridge link from him, and I'll also post that in the YouTube description. So thanks, Pandian. Okay. So I think we came to the end of the. Just a second. Okay, guys. So thanks everyone for joining. I think we came to the end of the session. So so actually we got around we got good response for this conference. So we got around 200 plus registration for this 255 actually. So 255 attendees registered for this conference, and thanks for all your support, guys. So basically, we also have a YouTube channel where this event is currently streaming, which is called as NgKerlam. So this is our YouTube channel. You can also go and subscribe to us. We also conducted various events on various Angular topics. So if you are interested, you can also go and visit our YouTube channel. And if you have any feedback, you can also share us in Twitter. So let me go to twitter.com/ngkerlam. So this is our Twitter handle, ngkerlam. If you have any doubts, or if you want to clarify anything, or if you want to give feedbacks about this conference, or let's say if you're interested to present any session, you can reach out to us. We won't look for either it's your first session, we'll also give you opportunity. It's not we give opportunities only those people who are continuously contributing. We also look for new speakers who are looking for opportunity. So if you want to talk in communities present sessions, you can also reach out to us. And so basically so we have two organizers for this community. So one is Sundaram, like he's one of the organizers for NgKerlam, and myself, I am Suhas. So let me try to go to my profile. So this is my profile, like Suhas. So we two are the organizers of NgKerlam. So we do events at least 2 months once for NgKerlam. You can also directly ping us if you want to talk in any country, or if you need any help in Angular. We are happy to help. So thanks everyone for joining. So please give your feedbacks in this respective YouTube video, and we'll try to improve in the future. Okay. So thanks everyone. So thanks for joining, and have a great weekend, guys. Thank you. Bye.